Muy buenos días, los invitamos a tomar sus asientos para iniciar este seminario titulado Hacia las ciudades.
Good morning, please be seated to start the seminar, The Circular Cities of Latin America, the Challenge of Decarbonization and Electrification. Our moderator for the day, Natalia Correa, with you from Enel, Chile, who will be with us in this effort. Thank you. And thank you very much, Natalia. We will begin now. Good morning to all of you. Today we're gathered for the dialogue for the transition towards circular cities in the Latin American region and the Caribbean, the challenge of decarbonization and electrification of the region. On behalf of the organizers, the CLAC, the Embassy of Italy, the Embassy of the United Kingdom, and Enel, I give you the warmest welcome. My name is Natalia Correa. I am in charge of circular economies of Enel Chile, and I have the honor of moderating this first meeting that takes place within the framework of the Declaration of Circular Cities of Latin America and the Caribbean. This declaration was subscribed in 26, and it already has 9 cities connected in the region. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to give you the warmest welcome to the authorities who are with us today. Here present in person, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, the ministers, ambassadors, governors, mayors, and specialists. Some of these will be connecting virtually during the day. We also send the warmest greetings to all those who are with us virtually through ECLAC channels, through Zoom and YouTube. With regard to the day, I would like to tell you that we'll be gathered during the whole morning. We will have the welcoming words, and after this, the program considers 2 blocks. First one, which will tackle the reflections around the impact that circular economies have over the urban developments of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the second one, which will have a dialogue around the success cases in the region. By mid-morning, we will have a coffee break. So let's get with it. The Declaration of Circular Cities that is gathering us today stems with the purpose of accelerating the transition towards the circularity of Latin America and the Caribbean. Through the definition of a common vision of the subscribers, starting from the collaboration and the development of synergies. For this, we propose a joint work in the analysis of the current situation of the region in terms of circular economies, and by the potential sectors who can bring this concept to fruition. The definition of regulatory frameworks for the development of new commercial models, the definition of impact metrics, and also the exploration of the use of the circularity principles in the urban planning. Without further ado, and to officially begin this event that I'm very glad to moderate, I will invite you to listen to the welcoming words of Mr. Mario Chimili, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here at home of everyone, the home of Latin America, which right now is in this country that has been hosting us for over 70 years, thanks to Chile as well. So with greatest greetings. So Mr. Carlos Montes, the Minister of Urbanism and Housing, and Mr. Claudio Huepe, the Minister of Energy of the Government of Chile, Claudio Rego, Governor of the Metropolitan Region, connected by video, I believe. Clara Mulcio, the Minister of Public Space and Urban Hygiene of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Thank you, Clara, for being here with us. Mr. Mauro Batocchi, Ambassador of Italy in Chile. Ms. Sosa, the former ambassador of the United Kingdom in Chile. Mauricio Bezzecchi, one of the directors of this initiative from Enel, connected, I believe. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Mauricio. Thank you for being here. As the moderator said, today we are gathered here because of this very important activity, and it's structured based on the declaration that was made in Circular City, subscribed in October 25th last year in the framework of the 10th conference of Italy Latin America Cooperation Conference. The government of Italy, we have to acknowledge, and also the Institute and the organization. played a very important role in this. The declaration today has a description of 9 Latin American cities that also occur in Bogotá, Buenos Aires, Mexico City, Rabat, Lima, Puerto Príncipe, Puerto España, Santiago, Chile, and São Paulo. It's quite consistent. They all took up the commitment of promoting, accelerating the transition towards a greater circularity. I would like to just establish certain points that I believe we need to repeat, and we need to bear in mind in terms of why we do this. Very important. Beyond the public-private alliance, which are the basic elements founding of this, we need to believe and think that one of the features of the development process in Latin America and the Caribbean has been a transition of production patterns, distribution, and growth based on the rural and agrarian world, and then the entire region has moved towards an urbanized area with over 21% of the population living in 81% of people live in the cities. 2/3 of the Latin American population in Latin America live in cities, 20,000 inhabitants or more. To think about the territories in the region is basic in order to rethink about the development model. And this also I would like to establish. We believe that
antes de la pandemia, antes de la crisis del 2008 y antes de la guerra, que la globalización era algo virtual que se movía así, el territorio no contaba. Y hoy después lo que está pasando, pandemia, guerra y todo junto, nos damos cuenta como un shock, trácate, que el territorio empieza a ser parte fundamental de la política. Y eso es un tema fundamental, porque las realidades urbanas son al mismo tiempo el lugar donde se generan las mayores economías, donde tienen el conocimiento, donde la producción de conocimiento, industria, generación de riqueza es fundamental. Y es al mismo lugar donde las variables que nos hacen ver el lado más que nos preocupa a la región, que son pobreza, informalidad y vulnerabilidad ambiental, también se localizan por territorio. Las ciudades son un elemento fundamental que muestran esa dificultad del desarrollo. El COVID, y ustedes lo saben muy bien, nos ha mostrado que las ciudades mostraron un crecimiento desigual por empresa, por territorio, por participación. Queremos solo notar que el manejo, y lo hemos dicho mucho más de una vez, que el manejo de la conexión a Internet, de las escuelas, de los sectores, de gran parte de la población, dependía mucho si era un área rural o un área urbana, y en la área urbana, ¿en qué parte del área urbana estaba? Porque si estaban en Las Condes y Vitacura estaban todos conectados, o en Recoleta también, pero si estaban conectados en otros barrios no estaban conectados, y si estaban conectados acá no estaban conectados. Entonces, la desigualdad que manifestó el COVID nos puso claro a todo es que el tema del territorio es un tema crucial y fundamental. Lo aprendimos, no sé si lo sabemos tratar, pero hay que jugarnos completamente por eso. Y la informalidad en la parte urbana golpea en todo, golpea en salario, acceso a escuela, formación, y el COVID lo mostró claro. Solo las políticas sociales eran difíciles llegar a los sectores informales en las ciudades. Los sistemas productivos han contribuido al desarrollo, pero también necesitamos integrarlo al sector mucho más fuerte de lo que es la ciudad. Los modelos de economía circular ofrecen una oportunidad para cambiar los procesos de generación de valor y promover el cambio intersectorial e intrasectorial. Pensar en las ciudades circulares es un llamado a repensar las políticas industriales y tecnológicas. Y aquí va otro tema muy cepalino y que va a ser parte del próximo periodo de sesiones de la CEPAL, que va a ser en Argentina, entre el 21 y 26 de octubre, un evento de alto nivel, donde la CEPAL va a presentar un documento analítico de las nuevas políticas industriales y tecnológicas para América Latina en este contexto. Así que nosotros pensamos que las ciudades, la circularidad de las ciudades es componente clave de la política industrial tecnológica, de acceso y de mercado. Así que para nosotros sigue siendo, no porque queda bien decirlo y porque es political correct, sino, lo vuelvo a decir, aunque si los jóvenes se enojan cuando digo political correct, pero sigue siendo un tema importantísimo para la política pública. Es necesario trabajarlo, es necesario ponerle extremada atención y es necesario trabajarlo con todos los componentes de la ciudad. La ciudad, por su importancia en el desarrollo económico, social y ambiental, tiene un papel de liderazgo en la transición. Antes se hablaba de sectores en los años 70, 80, si era siderúrgico, si era TIC, si era esto. Hoy nosotros pensamos que las ciudades, el territorio de las ciudades son líderes en el desarrollo industrial, en la integración y la generación de empleo. Cuando hablamos con los ministros de Industria, tendríamos que tener acá sentado al ministro de Industria, al ministro de Economía, al ministro de Hacienda, porque la ciudad va a jugar un papel fundamental en eso. Muchas veces más que las políticas sectoriales productivas e industriales. Y eso nos parece muy importante. El otro punto que queremos poner atención que esto es un trabajo público-privado. La CEPAL siempre ha pensado y siempre lo ha dicho y suscrito que el sector privado juega un papel crucial en el desarrollo. El Estado guía, conduce, determina, da los lineamientos, pero el sector privado en esto juega un papel fundamental y crucial. El evento de hoy para nosotros es un hito muy importante que refleja la centralidad de la asociación y queremos agradecer muchísimo al gobierno de Chile. ¿Por qué queremos agradecer al gobierno de Chile? Porque el gobierno de Chile, aparte de haber firmado, y esperemos que sea ley rápidamente, el Tratado de Escazú, y el presidente en esta misma lugar, en estas mismas sillas, ha dicho que nos vamos a jugar completamente por eso, es un paso fundamental para la sustentabilidad y para los derechos que genera la defensa del ambiente. Y nos da mucho gusto poder cooperar muy estrechamente con Chile. De hecho, ayer estamos en Argentina porque se va a hacer la conferencia regional de la mujer el 7 y 8 de noviembre y volvimos con la viceministra de Chile que estuvo presente y tiene la presidencia y un empeño entre Argentina y Chile a llevar adelante la conferencia. Así que cooperar con Chile en este tema nos parece extremadamente importante. La cooperación entre Argentina, entre dos ciudades tan cerca, en esto nos parece. Queremos agradecer también a los gobiernos locales, a las otras ciudades, a Enel y a Italia que ha sido promotor de esta iniciativa. Creo que Italia en esto tiene un ejemplo de manejo de la territorialidad por su historia, por su consistencia muy importante y manejarla en lo productivo y en lo distributivo. Gracias a todos por estar. Quisiera finalizar invitando a la ciudad de la región de América Latina y Caribe a sumarse a este esfuerzo conjunto. Y quiero citar una frase de Italo Calvino que dice en Las ciudades invisibles, las crisis de las ciudades es la otra cara de la crisis de la naturaleza. Repensemos nuestras ciudades para un futuro mejor. Así que muchísimas gracias, que sea un buen seminario y va a estar siempre la CEPAL apoyando esto en primera línea. Gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario. Thank you very much. Invitamos ahora a Mr. Secretary for that warm welcome. We would now like to invite Mr. Carlos Montes, Minister of Housing and Urbanism in Chile. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to this home of us all. Over history, it has not only been in Chile and in Santiago, but we have a plaque in our vision of our changes of reality. I would like to thank Mr. Mauro Batocci, the ambassador of Italy and Chile, for the invitation. Mrs. Luisa de Sousa, ambassador of the UK in Chile. I also have to say hi to Mr. Claudio Orrego and all of you for being here. For us, as part of the ministry, this is a learning process. Economy specifically and circular cities has to do with learning, with a learning process. We're quite interested on learning about what is being discussed here. What does circular economy propose? It's quite a basic question, but it allows us to rethink about productive and economic activities where the value chain stops being linear and it is understood as a cycle that is in charge of reducing raw materials and the generation and emission of disposables to renovate, repair, and recycle. What is the importance of this? We are living in a planet that is undergoing a situation that is quite complicated because there is a scarcity of resources and a high demand of supplies, and this is linked to high environmental demands. Energy consumptions and also greenhouse gas emissions are also an issue. We can change this linear production and exploitation models in a certain territories. That does not include in its cost the negative effects that it has in the environment. I'm referring to cultural, political, and social costs. What are the challenges that we see? How can we face the lack of supplies that can assure an availability of stock and accessible prices? How can we recover local and national economies? That is the questions that we currently have. How can we respond to people that live under higher vulnerability situations facing climate change. And Chile is highly affected by this. As the United Nations says, for the SDGs, we should not leave anyone behind. A third line of question has to do with co-responsibility in the change of model. How do we invest? What do we invest? And how does this have an effect in our society? Also, to rethink about consumption in a finite planet. Who is this consumption intended for? Understanding the environment and nature as the basis of our existence and as a necessary condition to improve our lives. Today, we're talking about the rights of nature and the environment. We want to build concepts that link us to the environment in a different way. What have we done from the Ministry of Housing? We are about to adopt an integrated view in the framework of international and national agreements, amongst others, the Paris Accord and others, the long-term climate strategy, responding to the National Plan of Human Rights.
Climático. Trabajamos los ámbitos de ciudad, construcción sustentable y vivienda. Algunos ejemplos en el ámbito
Building and
de acciones específicas como parte del equipo técnico interministerial para el cambio.
actions for climate change. We have been cooperating in development, implementation, and follow-up of certain instruments, such as adapting to the climate change in different cities that responds to a multi-sectorial roadmap for the challenges that climate change imposes in cities. In terms of sustainable construction, in the framework of the Interministerial Agreement of Sustainable Building, in 2013, there was a national strategy published on sustainable construction to promote sustainability in construction in Chile, with different lines and attempts to move forward and to make sustainable construction a more serious thing. There was also a roadmap developed for construction and demolition with a circular economy in construction for 2025. This is to promote the efficient management of resources to generate waste in a responsible manner and to accelerate the transition towards a circular economy. And in terms of housing, we also have some examples. The integration of sustainability criteria in the process of design and construction. To have a significant improvement in the energy performance of housings. We have standards since 2018 in place, certification of sustainable housing, subsidies for energy, for solar panels, for photovoltaic panels in a sustainable manner, and greater demands in energy efficiency standards for the projects that are presented to obtain subsidies. Certainly, we're making progress in specific items in terms of cities, sustainable construction, and housing, and we're learning in the process. And also, when we exchange our ideas and we engage in dialogue. Global challenges are broader, and we need to extend our ministerial action towards new models. Afterwards, there will be two ministers talking about this issue from different points of view to talk about cities and circular cities. This allows sustainable development, social justice, and not only in the city, but also in rural areas, because these two are more interrelated. They have the same challenges and problems. That is why these instances for discussion are vital. For us to understand the complexities that we're facing and for us to look at new transformation paths. Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for inviting us. And I hope that we can learn more in this process. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro. A continuación, le damos la bienvenida al señor Mauro Batocchi, embajador de Italia en Chile.
Señor ministro, estimado gobernador Orrego, estimada embajadora de Sousa,
Governor de Sousa, Governor Secretary Mario Timoli, authorities from several countries of the region, ladies and gentlemen. I am so glad to be able to open up this discussion with you today on how to redesign the cities of Latin America in the framework of sustainability and circularity. This is a reflection that starts in a public-private partnership spirit promoted by different subjects, ECLAC, the embassies of Italy and the UK. Thank you all for your cooperation. We all know the challenges. We need to decarbonize. We need to reduce the intensity in the use of energy and natural resources. We need to reduce contamination and the impact of human activities in nature that will soon have its own rights, formal rights. We need to alleviate the stress of people and also improve the mental health of those that live in large urban areas. This is a gigantic task, and we need the cooperation of governments, international organizations, the private and public sectors at a regulatory and at a technological level. It is a task that moves also towards communication because we need to create a stronger awareness level in citizens. To move forwards towards sustainability, we need to create regulatory frameworks, standards. We need to promote virtuous investments, create efficient organization models at a local level. Today at this conference, we have the opportunity to learn from best practices from several countries. Italy wants to contribute in this global effort, and not only at a diplomatic level. Please remember that we have cooperated with the UK and COP26, and it has been a fruitful cooperation. Our country has reached high levels in the use of renewable energies and energy efficiency. And in terms of circular energy, for instance, waste recycling, including the treatment of industrial waste, reaches the noticeable level of 67%. We have cities and regions that have created very advanced organizations to manage circularities in urban systems. And in this conference, we will listen to the experience of the Ministry of the Environment of the region of Lombardy. What we have found out in Italy is that we can apply sustainability and circularity, and that they do not sacrifice economic growth. On the contrary, they promote it through a great socio-economic transformation. And figures speaks for themselves. The volume of businesses of all circular economy in Italy gets to 80 billion euros with an added value of 22 billion. More than 500,000 people are employed in this sector. And what about the beneficial effects in terms of well-being of the people with this growth model? Italy has launched the candidateship of Rome for the universal exposure of 2030 under the motto of urban regeneration and inclusion. This is to build a new paradigm of urban life, and the pandemic has questioned our current urban model, and we need to face it globally, and we hope that it can be celebrated collectively in 2030 in the Eternal City. More than 2,000 years ago, Romans invented the concept of a modern city. It's now time to experience a new model, and we hope that Latin America can be part of this. Thank you very much, and I hope we have a fruitful discussion.
Ahora a la señora Luis da Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I'll put the floor now to the Ambassador of the United Kingdom in Chile, Luis de Sosa. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I would like to especially say hello to Mari Chimoli, the Executive Secretary of ECLAG, for the invitation made and to this event. I would also say hello to the Minister of Housing, Carlos Montes, the Ambassador of Italy, Mari Batocchi, and the Governor of the Metropolitan Area, Claudio Orrego, and also to all the authorities and representatives of the public-private sector that are with us today in person, and also remotely from Chile and other Latin American countries. As the UK Embassy in Chile, we're very glad for participating as a co-organizer of this very important event within the framework of our presidency of COP26, jointly with our partners in Italy. During COP26 in Glasgow past November, the topic of local governments and cities was core during the debates. In fact, there was a day of the conference that was exclusively devoted to this topic, where I'm very pleased to say that Chile participated very actively at the ministerial level. This was the very first time that a housing minister of Chile attended a COP, and we will be very pleased, Minister, to see you once again in the following COP in Egypt. This topic merits the treatment level. In Glasgow, it was quite clear that the cities are leading the way, both through accelerating the change to a more clean transportation, greater efficiency, energy efficiency, a more resilient and green infrastructure, and also cities and urban areas are proving a high climate ambition level. But we see that there's still a challenge that we need to tackle. And the presidency of the United Kingdom of COP26 is open and ready to work with Latin America in order to close these gaps. For example, through the Rest to Zero campaign, to which several cities and urban areas of Latin America have added themselves already. So we are very glad, in fact, that the regional governments, such as the metropolitan governments and other districts in Chile, already are part of this campaign. We would like to others follow their same steps. I encourage all the rest to add themselves to this agenda and to lead with the example. I tell you, as of now, you can count on us as allies in this pathway. But not only can we work together through COP, the United Kingdom is, in addition, one of the world leaders in sustainable solutions for cities such as green infrastructure, clean transportations, and efficiency, power efficiency solutions for households. From the embassy, we are promoting very strongly this relationship, and it is a priority for our commercial section. We'd like to also share all these very many different actions and experiences in order to accelerate this work, which is so urgent. Dear colleagues and friends, I hope that this event will be a further step in order to accelerate the transition to more green cities and an example of the regional collaboration that takes place, public-private collaboration in the climate agenda. I hope that you have the greatest success. Thank you very much to all of you. We thank the words of Mrs. Ambassador of the United Kingdom. Next, I would like to remind you that yesterday the Regional Metropolitan Government of Santiago, together with NL and the University of the Development, presented the launching of Energy Climate Action Network of the United Nations, a very important commitments aimed at accelerating the achievement of OS 7, clean energies and accessible energies. I highlight this landmark and I offer the floor now to Mr. Claudio Orrego, Governor of the Metropolitan Area, who will be connecting remotely. Welcome. Good morning. I would like to say hello, of course, to all of you who are there present, the ambassador of the United Kingdom, the ambassador of Italy, the minister Carlos Montes, General Secretary of ECLEC, Miss Minister Munoz, who is also present in the room. And truly, to us, it brings great happiness to us to participate in this meeting in which we already bring this forward in the international debate and that of the new urban agenda that introduced this topic of circularity. Can you hear me well? So we are convinced that climate change is here to stay. And unfortunately, this is no fake news, but this is a reality that we're seeing very frequently with very dramatic effects. We have environmental problems that we need to resolve in our cities, which in addition, we have the greatest amount of population living there. We all know that Latin America is the most urbanized continent in the world with close to 80% of the population living in cities. And Chile is perhaps one of the most urbanized countries in Latin America with almost 90% of the people living in cities. In addition, cities that are growing on a permanent basis. Today in the world, we have already around 33 cities of over 10 million inhabitants each. In Latin America, we have 60 metropolitan areas with over 1 million inhabitants. Therefore, with this level of urbanization, environmental problems, and the demand for this circularity is ever more strong. So either through environmental contamination that we've improved in the latter years here in Santiago, the crisis of water, which I believe is the main challenge, environmental challenge, in the case of the metropolitan area of Santiago, the capital city of Chile, the biggest settlement of people here in the country with over 8 million people. This residues management, which is ever more overwhelming at a very high and complex scales from the point of view of the integration, also biodiversity, both in Chile as well as in the rest of Latin America. This debate of climate change and this debate for circular economies in cities, or circular cities, if you will, takes place in two contexts that are very important to put on top of the table. First, urban inequalities. We've always said that in Santiago, the most brutal phase of inequality is urban inequality. There are others that are not as visible, but the urban one, you can see it and feel it very painfully every day. The lack of access to public services, the long hours in transportation, the lack of green areas and green spaces, the concentration of environmental problems in the most poor sectors. So you just need to look at. In the Mercurio this weekend, we saw an article. There was an article, Jose Jorge Nestor, a Chilean investigator, who showed how the high lines of heat are in the poorest districts. The poorest continue to be more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change once and again. And the second thing, the second transversal element, at least in the case of Chile and the greatest metropolitan areas of the entire Latin America, is the fragmentation of governance. For those of you who do not know this, Santiago has 52 municipalities which work as islands in an archipelago. This is very difficult to handle with an integrated mobility, environmental problems, security, and territorial arrangement if we do not have a governance and a metropolitan vision as well. So we cannot govern either. The minister, Juan Carlos, is going to say something about this transportation. It's not reasonable nor best for a country that this should be in the hands of a minister, the transportation. This should be handled. Some days ago, the ambassador from England in Chile, to Chile, where we gathered with the mayor of London, we established a cooperation protocol for the good practice of the integrated handling of the London metropolitan transportation. Could be a good inspiration for Santiago. This fragmentation finds Chile in a very deep changes. We've had governors elected in the first time in our history, just a few months ago. We are coming into a new constitution will give greater power to territories, either regional or local. We're undergoing a process of debate with the current government for transferring of competencies at the level of cities and the regions as well. So this fragmentation today finds itself with great institutional changes. Consequently, in a new way to tackle these environmental challenges and that of circularity. So what we're doing in the case of Santiago, the first step I made as a governor to declare the climate emergency of the region. We have created assistant councils where we have the representation of both the public and private sectors, civil sector, the academy, and international organization in terms of the environment, climate change, territoriality. Minister Montes is here. Before being the minister, he was part of our assistant advisory council as a senator for the metropolitan area. We have now reactivated the fund for water, which is a private public level to promote sustainable strategies for the management of water. We created a re-rationing protocol that we were accused of eco-terrorists. This is not the first city in the world either. I was just with the mayor of Monterrey in a seminar that they were telling us that Monterrey already in Mexico is already with rationalization levels that are quite important. We have created the regional water table to look for the circularity of water, precisely meaning that in Santiago and in Chile, where we reuse only 3% of the water, we could reach levels of hopefully with standards close to Israel, where they reuse 90% of water, which means that we need to create an industry that will create the mechanisms and technologies, and obviously the institutional framework to create this and bring it forward. We have residues interregional table in the case of Chile, and I tell everyone here, due to the recently approved law, responsibility given to the producer, we will have a revolution in terms of circularity. So for this, we need to have an integrated management for residues model, which we intend to achieve through this regional table that we have created. We also are bent on harmonizing our city. We know that urban trees have great merits, not only capturing CO2, but also helps in the strong rains that sometimes we are more scarce and very strongly sometimes, and then also to control heat. One of the actions that we have adopted as a country, aside from what the ambassador of the UK has said, was to add ourselves to the commitments of circular cities at the international level and to renovate our membership in the Alliance, International Alliance for Resilience and also against climate change. So one of the things that we did recently was to subscribe an agreement with the Rock Center for Resilience and Heat Action in Miami. This is an alliance of cities against extreme heat. I don't know whether you know this, but extreme heat is killing people, more people today in the world than any other impact of all the other impacts of climate change added up. We will see in India this weekend, we had temperatures so close to 47 Celsius in cities that are not used to this. Unfortunately, the health system is not prepared, and we need to prepare ourselves for this because unfortunately, just like the other topics related to climate change, this all unproportionately affects more the poor sectors. So finally, I would like to say that in terms of electromobility, we have made a tremendous effort as a regional government, not only because we have a regional policy for the transportation, sustainable transportation. We have an agreement with the Ministry of Transportation, with Minister Munoz. We have the same vision, tight vision for the future of creating a cycler routes, networks, repaving sidewalks, and also creating a sustainable mobility, but also promoting electromobility. We have installed already close to 52 electro stations in the city, financed over 600 municipal vehicles that are electrical, and we will continue to be committed in this, what we believe is a task in order to adapt our cities to this new climate reality, generate an economy that somehow will make it sustainable. And the most important thing is transform our cities, not in vulnerable, fragmented cities and inequalities, but rather in resilient cities with good governance and ever more egalitarian and fair. Thank you for being part of this space, and I hope, Ambassador of Italy, that will bring this forward, this work that is being presented and is being carried out in Lombardy. as Minister Carlos Montes have said, we have a lot more to learn than teach, but also open to share the things that we're already doing as a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. We would also like to hear the words of Mauricio Vetsekiri, head of Latin American region of Enel, who will be joining us remotely. Good morning, Mauricio. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Governor, I'm sorry, and everyone attending this conference. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event that we're preparing with ECLAC for some months now, together with the Embassy of Italy. A lot has been said already, but now I will talk about some things that I believe will complement what has already been said by all of the previous speakers. First, it is evident that over the last COP session, the fast growth of circular economy has been in the spotlight, and the role that cities have in global challenges. Of course, cities are the areas where contradictions that characterize our societies become more evident. The issue of informality and the lack of equality in terms of distribution of resources can be seen all over the streets. In the activity of COP of last year, there were several research projects and reflections presented with different universities. And we also presented our studies. And the purpose of this was to analyze what circularity offers to cities, not only to reach decarbonization objectives, but also to reach well-being objectives, resilience, and well-being. And this, Latin America has a very important role globally. The role that Latin America also has, unfortunately, due to war events in Europe, meaning Russia and Ukraine. Due to this, Latin America can have a relevant role regarding the criticalities. And this will be seen over the next months. We would also like to remember the Declaration of Circular Economy in Latin America and in the Caribbean that we are moving forward under the leadership of ECLAC. This is an initiative that is vital to accelerate this transition, given a common goal, promoting the different comparisons, collaborations, and definitions of goals. A key consideration to take into account is that this transition is not a technological challenge anymore. Of course, technology will continue evolving and will be responding to certain demands. But there is also technology in place that can be implemented to improve the way of life in cities. However, barriers need to be eliminated in other directions. The governor mentioned governance issues. And of course, we need to cooperate together for this transition towards circularity to have a strong role in terms of open governance. Of course, No one can be left behind, and no one can face this challenge alone. And for this, continuous intersectorial cooperation is vital to make this process successful. Of course, it has been mentioned, Mario Cimoli has already mentioned public-private partnerships as a leverage to move forward with these challenges. A company such as Enel is strongly committed with this view that is in line with our commitment to a sustainable business model that has a specific relevance in Latin America. For us, Latin America represents a very important arena to experiment and develop, and as the minister was saying, to learn and grow. And we're faced with an enormous phenomenon of mega cities, and at the same time, it shows a relevant example on how cities can be redesigned and reinvented. Today, if you can travel through the Pan American Road from Tierra del Fuego to the United States, you can do it in an electric car. What we did is that in the different states, we placed electric charging stations. So today, with an electric vehicle, you can travel the entire Pan American Highway. Natalia also recalled the Energy Global Compact that we launched yesterday, and that will have specific goals in terms of figures. We're talking about mobility, as the governor was saying. Today, the Energy Compact has the purpose of achieving 100% of 100,000 electrical buses for the city of Santiago. This was specifically targeted to the territory of Santiago. We will have 20,000 charging points. And for instance, in terms of electric buses, we have 2,000 electric buses that will be operating by the end of this year in Santiago. 20,000 charging points. And with this, we are replacing wooden ovens with electrical ovens. We have approximately 60,000 in the city of Santiago. Currently, 6,044 have been replaced. And then we have distributed generation. A last issue that wasn't mentioned in the previous intervention that I would like to talk about has to do with metrics. What cannot be measured is hard to be improved afterwards or to analyze its weaknesses. Therefore, that was one of the most important focal points that we had from the beginning. And it doesn't matter if it is a company, a city, or a country. We must set clear objectives and measure all progresses made. And this is vital to create a strategy for a transition towards a circular economy model. This is quite new in terms of circular economy, and we want to continue going in depth in this area. And in this area, Latin America could have a very relevant role. Thank you very much once again. And I'm sure that this will be an opportunity to start a work with all of us involved, so we can face problems with clarity and with a capability of measuring our problems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Betsekiri. And of course, we can't do it by ourselves. We would like to highlight the commitment that our authorities express towards our cities to adopt a circular economy that can benefit the most vulnerable citizens. We have quite a challenge ahead, and we need solutions as soon as possible. We know that some of our guest authorities need to leave, and now we will take a brief break so that they can leave the meeting.
A los colegas que están sentados atrás, los invitamos a sentarse con nosotros en el círculo. Gracias.
For our colleagues that are sitting in the back, we would like to invite you to join us and sit up front in the circle.
Vamos a continuar.
We will continue now. After these welcoming words, we'll now go over to a first block. We will begin with a presentation by three guests who will be connecting with us remotely in order to share reflections on the topic of cities within the framework of COP26. I would like to say hello to our first guest, who is with us, Mrs. Fiona Clouded, former UK government regional ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean of COP26. Welcome, Fiona. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yes. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here in this very important conference here today in Chile. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to ECLAC, and also thank you for the collaboration with Chile in the transition of COP26 to from COP26 and the transition, and also the great collaboration with Italy in COP26. We'll talk about COP26, what happened, what's going on now, and what will continue. And I am talking about the former regional ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean. for COP26 because this week we'll have a new life in the private sector. So COP26, the Conference of the United Nations on Climate Change, on November 13th reached the Glasgow Climate Pact, an important historical achievement in order to maintain the perspectives of 1.5 increase of temperature for the world. My main message today is the urgency and the need to act and to act quick. As the president of COP26 said, it is a victory, a fragile victory, to maintain 1.5 alive. This is a fragile victory because 1.5 is weak. So we have reached historical agreements, but what we're looking for is not only what the countries have informed, but to see that they comply with their commitments. This is all what we have and what we need to work on right now. Science tells us that we have to quickly reduce and very deeply and sustainable reduce emissions during this decade. And within this context, then there's a major opportunity in the cities, buildings, and also dwelled areas. Around 75% of emissions come from the cities, particularly the contributions made by buildings and transportation. Climate impact of Glasgow accelerates the rhythm of this climate action, and all countries agree to strengthen the control of their emissions up until 2030, known as determined national contribution by this year. So this is really important for Latin America. And all the impact of adaptation, also very important for the region. Adapt to the reality of climate change and to prepare for the greatest risks and events coming up. And also opportunity, particularly in infrastructure and planning of the cities. And also in COP26, we also saw the great banks moving in order to line up future financial mechanisms with the challenges of climate change. For example, IDB announced that its projects and programs will be clearly harmonized with the Paris Agreement for 2023. This is a major opportunity for the region. And also, it's very important that the ministers of finance play a very basic role in the preparation of plans for a green recovery and the construction of a sustainable future. Also, the regulations and the guidelines of Paris for the application of the agreement in Paris after 6 years of debates. This will allow the clear delivery of the historical delivery of the agreement on the transparency of agreements that exist for those countries that comply with their objectives. This includes a solid framework for countries to work in the framework convention. This means that a system in order to help for decarbonize the economy. This will allow for the reduction of emissions in other countries and for their own climate objectives. there are major risks in the climate change, but also it also presents opportunities. Climate transitions could help to stimulate growth and generate new work, employment. The region will need to adopt a polyfaceted strategy focused on increasing the energy efficiency and the use of renewable energy. Reduce also the transportation emissions and the transferring of agriculture into protecting and restoring forests, and also in a focus in entities. Disasters related to climate can cost billions of dollars. And in order to reduce the economic costs, we required major investments in order to develop the resilience, especially in infrastructure. By a summary of 2020 of IDB shows that the transition of net zero economies could create 50 million new employments in Latin America by 2030 in sectors such as agriculture, production of food, renewable energy, construction, and also manufacturing. The development of a sustainable transportation and also sectorial economy. So the adaptation makes economic sense to invert in adaptation plans and to secure future investments. For example, in the major infrastructures that are resilient to climate, but the ministers of finance have the keys in order to accelerate this, and also in collaboration with the private sector. This year is not only about the environment, climate change, over social economic change and the opportunities. Lined up the planning and financial with opportunities, economic opportunities, thus helping people. Each country has its own priorities, economic focusings, and social policies. All countries need to confront this common challenge, and this is why for Latin America to exchange the ideas and the best practices to build scalable buildings and the participation in private sector is crucial as well. This is a global companion for leadership and the support of companies, regions, investors for a healthy recovery, resilient as well, and for the future to create employment, decent employment, and an inclusive and sustainable growth. There's a major opportunity now during this year in the transition between COP26 to COP27. And just like my colleague Luis Sousa said, the priority is to accelerate the action. And this is the challenge for you to see that progress can be made in the region during 1 year. Each year, each month, and each day counts. If we do not act, and it's how we confront communities in 5 years, or 20 years, and to look into the quality of life, the means of life, and livelihoods. So we need to act with urgency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fiona Clowder, for your presentation. And I would like to welcome Mr. Alessandro Modiano, Special Envoy for Climate Change by the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Welcome. Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Dear Executive General Secretary of ECLAC, Mario Cimoli, that I have known for a long time, dear ministers, dear Governor Orrego, dear ambassadors, dear head of NL at Latin America, dear authorities, the last climate report of climate change has called the attention of the world regarding the growing importance of non-state actors, such as cities in climate action. The report shows how urban areas have an enormous potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through systemic transitions of infrastructure towards zero net emissions. Scientific literature has identified in the change of consumption models, in the solutions of electrification, and in reinforcing nature-based solutions in urban areas, a modality to achieve zero net emissions in cities in the future. Cities represent 80% of the world's GDP, 2/3 of the world's energy consumption, and more than 70% of annual emission of total carbon. Currently, more than half of the world's population live in cities, and this figure is expected to increase considerably by 2050. Cities also exacerbate inequalities, and they expose a large part of the population to climate-related risks, such as increased temperatures, the rise of sea levels, storms, etc. The climate change crisis and the fossil fuels energy dependence are important for cities. This means that urban planning and decision-making processes are vital to succeed in the Paris Accord goals. And they are very important for global energy transition to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels and energy. Italy, within the presidency of 2021 and working together with the UK in COP26, has made a step forward toward a resilient future with zero net emissions, recognizing the central roles of cities and local governments in the execution of fair transition at a climate and energy level, and the importance to promote solutions based on nature. After long debates, we have achieved agreements together with the ministers of energy and climate in June. This document comprises 58 actions, out of which 20 are dedicated to cities, and they include the approval of a specific action plan to address specifically the execution of the actions proposed in the document. Those that recognize the vital role that cities can play as catalyzers for sustainable development, contributing at the same time to reduce by 50% to world emissions and promote the transition of cities to become prosperous and inclusive. More than 6,000 cities have committed to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and in that sense, national governments will play a vital role to fund these objectives. 2/3 of all of the countries that have referred to their cities. We need to make everything possible to develop, promote cooperation that is very strong with local communities and central governments. In fact, we must invest in actions in cities to have a better return on investment in terms of mitigation of carbon, and also ensure a transition to inclusive and clean energy while consolidating adaptation measures toward climate change. Adaptivity in city creates scale economies for actions of great impact. In this sense, digitization offers a broad range of opportunities to reduce the demand of resources and improve flexibility to respond to changes in real time, taking into account the increase of connectivity of buildings and applications of equipment and systems. We must work to get closer to the concept of smart cities that use digital benefits, collecting real-time data to make our cities work more efficiently. And this framework, based in a long-term relationship with the energy agencies and the UN Environmental Program, the Italian government launched an initiative that is extremely challenging, the digital electrical networks called Predene. This initiative is focused on how electrical infrastructure that is smarter and more digitized can create a more efficient operation of electrical systems, both in the side of supply and demand. To make this possible, Predene committed with the involved organizations to promoting dialogue and engaging in competencies with clean energy, innovation, the process of G20, and the programs of technological cooperation, such as the International Network of Smart Cities. To conclude, I would like to say that with all of these activities that took place under the framework of G20 and COP26, Italy has demonstrated to be profoundly committed in the identification of a new role of cities and climate change. Thank you very much and have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much for your presentation. To continue, we would like to invite Mr. Raffaele Cattaneo, Assessore all'Ambiente e Clima, Regione Lombardia, Italia. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning to all of you from Milano. This is a rainy afternoon today, but I hope that we can heat it up with the feeling from our friendship and from the great relationship that we have between Lombardia and Chile and the metropolitan region of Santiago. Let's start by saying that we don't have much to show, but a lot to learn from your Chilean experience. I would just like to share with you some of our experience in circularity. I would like to start by saying that we would not like to talk only about cities, but regions, because it does not only involve cities. And in the territory of Lombardia, you cannot distinguish the borders of the cities. It is an urban continuum that has 10 million inhabitants, 800,000 companies that produce 22% of the Italian GDP, 350 billion euros, and it's one of the fourth most industrialized region of the European Union, where circularity is vital, as well as decarbonization. For us, this means 4 challenges. The first one has to do with circular economy, and it demands us to have a different point of view. With this, I mean that we need to leave aside the word waste and look at the word resource. If you may allow me, we must understand that the mines of the future are waste. For instance, a waste treatment plant for electronic waste. In a ton of waste, we have more than 130 kilograms of copper and more than 250 grams of gold. This means that there's more copper and gold in a waste collection plant than in a mine, in a Chilean mine, for example. This means that we should look at waste as resources. But at the same time, we must face the challenge of energy transition and decarbonization. This means that at the same time, we should produce energy from renewable sources and do a good job in terms of heating plants for our buildings and companies. And we have a third challenge as well, which is reducing pollution, air pollution, water pollution, and soil pollution. That is quite a concerning topic in our region. And this demands us a change towards sustainable mobility. And the fourth challenge, which is the one that we tend to forget the most, is the challenge to stand up for biodiversity and the services provided by nature that allow us to continue living in a good balance between mankind and the environment. Now, let's go into the first topic, circularity. What should we do? First, we must involve citizens in circularity. In our region, we made this change when we started 25 years ago in 1995 with a selective collection of urban waste. With 20%, we started with 20%, and now we are with 73% of urban waste, paper, organic waste, glass, aluminum, plastic, etc. That does not allow us to recover any materials. However, what cannot be recovered as matter can be recovered as energy. And we can see here how 25 years ago, most of the waste that ended up in landfills in red is now represented to incinerators, goes to incinerators because they produce energy and heat with this waste, and they do not use fuel such as gas or coal or fuel. And we can also see how we don't have more landfills and how we reduce those waste that we cannot recover. In 2020, 63.4% of waste were sent for material recovery, 21% of energy, 21.6% of energy, and only 0.05% end up in landfills. And this is only the first objective. Therefore, the recovery of matter percentage gets to 70%, and the energy recovery percentage gets to 27%. This means that 90% of urban waste is already recovered. But let's not forget that most waste comes from productive activities, special waste. So next slide, please. In that slide, we can see how the waste from productive activities grows. There it is. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. It is even more important to recover waste from special productive activities, which represents a larger number. In our region, we treat less than 5 million tons of urban waste, and it gets to 33 million tons. And out of these increasing waste, the ability to recover material also increases. In the next slide, you will see that we are getting up to 80% of recovery for special waste. And as you see, over the last years, waste has increased and also the recovery capability. And how is this possible? Because we have plants, we have companies doing this job. We have companies working in the environment and waste recovery sector in our region. And we have 13 incinerators that recover waste, producing energy and heat. And I would like to conclude. This is information that I already showed. And I would like to conclude talking about decarbonization, which is also a great challenge. Decarbonization policies in Europe, Italy, and in the region of Lombardy are more recent than those of circular economy. But we're working with that objective. The reduction in the emissions of carbon dioxide expect to get to 40% to 2030 compared to 2005, and climate neutrality by 2050. What does this actually mean in our region? This means two things. One, reduce in 1/3 the consumption of energy. This needs a great political activity of energy efficiency. And at the same time, we need to double the production from renewable energies. And this, for our region, means basically photovoltaic energy, because we're already working with hydroelectric energy for 150 years now, and it can grow much more with climate change. Therefore, we need a great support action to install energy plans from renewable energies, especially for photovoltaic energy. This is the last thing that I would like to mention in my last slide. And here you can see the content from our regional plan in terms of energy and climate, where you can see that we're working mostly on photovoltaic energy and bioenergy and heat pumps. And this is something that I believe you will face over the next years. And that is our contribution from our own experience in the region of Lombardy. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Mr. Rafael Cataneo and once again, Mrs. Fiona Clavel and Mr. Alessandro Moyano for their presentations and for being with us today during this very important meeting for our region. Your presentation has been so interesting. Thank you very much. Very well. We'll now go on to another block of our meeting, and we'll give the warmest welcome to our expert guest, Mr. Antonio Azuela de la Cueva, who will present the topic of the future of cities, a review of the local challenges and from the perspective of Latin America. I understand you have a presentation. Okay. We will speak a little bit about his trajectory. Mr. Oswela has a very strong trajectory as a sociologist and lawyer. He has been worked since late 70s to academic research in urban matters and environmental matters from the perspective of sociology of law. He was federal procurator for the protection of the environment in Mexico. In the latter years, we have explored the social environmental conflicts, the urbanistic expropriation and urbanization of fields of the countryside. And among his latter books are The Right to Movement, with the essays of juridical and urbanistic inertias and constitutional processes in the city of Mexico. He is member of the Directive Council of Greenpeace Mexico and of the Advisory Council of the Ibero-American Federation of Urbanists. Welcome, Mr. Esfera. The floor is yours. Thank you, Natalia. And I'm very pleased to say hello to Jose Camaniego, ECLAC staff, ambassadors, friends, all of you. I'm very stimulated and thankful for this invitation. What I would like to tell you now, it has to do with the intersection that I look at with between the urbanism world and social sciences. And these two worlds that sometimes are the worlds of advisory on the one hand and academy on this other side, that they pretend not to communicate. I'll see some ideas that we see that are circulating around these debates and also to present them here to see whether they are of any use. Many of these are just ideas that show up in the informal conversations, and sometimes we do not see them with seriousness, but in order to have them with in a deeper conversation of what we do. I will be moving from the technological change to regulatory policies over to the topic that was talked about by the Executive Secretary, and also the Minister of Housing in terms of the territories, particularly as to what place the rural world has in our view, which is predominantly urban. There are two ideas that go cross-sectional in all these topics. One is that the innovation is almost always a transplant. It doesn't matter whether we have a global debate. We always find red tape, bureaucracies, elites, groups from one country that import ideas from one place to another, and they adapt them and they make them more tropical, if you will, quote unquote. And this is a movement that we always need to be aware of that. That image has to do with the tradition of South Argentina and sewage, introduction of sewage, early 1920s. How did that reach that area? Well, we're very interested in reflection, pondering on the sanitary revolution as a major urban transformation for the one that we're going through right now, and to rethink it as a group of ideas that are circulating in the world, but they're adapted institutionally in these areas that have their complexities. The other transversal idea is judicial activism, the new role of judges in the definition of public policies, which we believe that surprise us. Sometimes they encourage us, sometimes they irritate us, but we need to see that it's a piece of information in our universe. The first thing is, with no doubt, the hub of a meeting and the relationship between regulatory policies and technological exchange, how the regulations of the state inhibit and encourage, distort, or act favorably in terms of the technological change. But we look at, and we do understand this dynamic well. Let's look at the 19th century. The sanitary revolution back then that took place in the 19th century was the very last transformation. It was structural, really, of as to how cities worked, what made cities viable. In the 20th century, I do not see a transformation of this size of what happened in the 19th century in terms of sewage, the sanitary revolution. I believe that today we have a way in which we reason, which is quite simplistic, that look at these transformations as a circle, a linear circle, if you will, between science, technology, and legislation. The sciences of the discoveries, the technologies make them viable materially, and legislation say, well, from here on, this is going to be manufactured in such a way that sanitary codes transformed, the spatial arrangement of cities in the latter part of the 19th century give testimony of this. And it's simple as that. Really, we question whether it's really that simple. There are many accidents that take place that show that this linearity really is not in this fashion. So one, Louis Pasteur, we say there's the major scientist behind the discovery of biology would give the base, which would give the basis to sanitary revolution. But sanitary revolution had begun already before this, before these scientific fundamentals. This mobilization that took place, transforming the urban landscape in European cities, as it's been shown by Bruno Latuda in a very good book called The Pasteurization of France, shows which really Europeans were already mobilized with concepts that were pre-scientific, such as miasmas, these other things that we were talking about in the 19th century. So there's really no linear relationship. Here's an example that really attracts me. And we look today in the city of Glasgow, we see the government of the cities, very open government. We propose to the government of the city an ethnography of this function of their officials, which is a group of elite there on the technological threshold, leading this transformation towards new mobility, observed by a group of anthropologists. The government of the city has the opening of allowing that these two anthropologists would go there and sit there in the meetings of these officials and look at them, such as anthropologists look at the indigenous peoples, and the officials accept this condition of being observed by anthropologists. And the report was quite interesting, not because of what it revealed, not because of the central thesis, because anyone can understand that central thesis, but rather because of its consequences. What the anthropologists found is that the officials, leading technological officials, divide the world in their cosmovision. We see that they have the technique and policies. Policies are out there. We want to avoid these policies because it contaminates all the processes, because it's a risk of corruption, legality, and the anthropologists, with all the compassion and the outlook that they have towards a human group that's being observed, helps us to understand in which way these technicians that work in policies based on evidence with robust things. In reality, they do not know about the complexity of the world they are part of. And in an episode that was very simple, very renowned, it turns out that the difficulties of this conversation between Ubud, they're not identified, but the officials of a major city negotiating with someone's Ubud in an episode that ends up where Ubud decides not to really follow the rules, and they disconnect with the judge. The policy fails, and then we have the judge being established as a failure. And this is what I wanted to present to you. This, what you see here, is the riverside of one of the affluents of the La Plata River, one of the most contaminated urban rivers in the world, which is an object of a resolution of the Supreme Court of Argentina in 2008. There's a revolutionary sentence behind it. Supreme Court orders a judge to track the cleansing of the river. The judge plays an important role and discovers a known juridical figure, the road of Basilica, to drag a ship from a riverside, and gives us a room on the side or the riverbank, which is public property. There are several academic works that are very important as thesis and doctorates that show how a old idea is updated by a judge, which falls in love with this matter so much so that he starts carrying out the functions of the local planning. In the Sika Road, the judge rules and decides to relocate the dwellings, and many families have to leave the area. So we see on the side of the Argentinian environmental movement is seen this very negatively because it's a distortion, very severe distortion of what had created illusions, which show here that the census of the Supreme Court was a source of the transformation.
This needs to take us towards reflection. Yes, the litigation is a terrible accident. It is paralysis, probably innovation. There is a word missing in that slide, and it is the word Escazú. Escazú and many other processes give us the hope to mobilize rights to promote innovation. There can be innovation, there can be paralysis, and I believe that the image here speaks for itself. The judge here has several processes in his hands. This needs to be recognized. Innovation needs to be recognized as part of the normal landscape, not as a mere accident. Let me move to the towards this next item, and it has to do with the nature of urban space. These are some ideas that are worth mentioning, and it breaks some myths regarding public and private urban space. I don't know what was the intent of that image. However, I believe that it is quite subversive because it is for people enjoying a day at a kind of a park in the same area used by a car. And we wonder, where do we find the right of using public space to park? That has an institutional translation or several translations possible. One of them is the regulation of the use of land, which is one of the main topics of urbanists. Why do we restrict it to private property? Why don't we move it toward public space? That is what Claudia Costa, a researcher, says. Private space. Who does that space that is above our head belong to? Attorneys do not have that very clear. In Curso di Bologna, someone said that who owned the land owned it from heaven to hell. This invention from the Middle Ages assumes that the owner of a surface has unlimited rights moving up and down. However, that is quite dangerous. And there are alternative definitions. An idea that has come up has to do with the fact that buildable space doesn't belong to anyone. We can't say that it isn't owned by the state because that would be moving towards old dichotomies. It is a natural resource that is susceptible of appropriation. It would take a long time to go into the specific details, but the National Strategy of Territorial Ordering from the Mexican government issued in 2021 from a phrase that was taken from the Mexican Constitution of 2017, that is the first social constitution of the century. It says that there are natural resources susceptible of appropriation. It has been carried over to the urban area. Therefore, giving the regulation of buildable spaces a completely different sense, and it doesn't have to do with private property. Here I'm talking about transplants, because these manipulation regulatory techniques for building towers are thought of as what happened in New York. In New York, they say that they have a very successful system of transfer for development potentialities, where you cannot move it because it is a church or a certain building. And that's seen as something quite smart. But be aware, because that way of thinking involves assuming that the owner of the land has the right on this territory. I believe that in Latin America, we have a different way of thinking, but beware of the transplant, because in New York, it is quite seductive. We love going to New York City shopping, not only shopping, but bringing back institutional ideas. And if we go back to that way of thinking, we are going back to the Middle Ages, where we thought of this concept of owning from heaven to hell. This takes me to question urbanism. All of these legal ideas are stated in these documents that are becoming longer and longer, where a certain department places all their good intentions. It is a consulting market. We produce these documents that are called plans, and that picture is from a book from the end of the administration of President Lopez Portillo, where they were proud of showing how many plans they had created. Currently, we are under the fetish of documents, where all regulatory innovations are frozen in this fetish of producing these documents. And there are some moments where the goal in terms of urban planning have to do with a number of plans that we can put in place for the cities. And here we need to go back to the old idea of planning not being a document, but being a negotiation process with political actors, where all innovation needs to flow. And if we continue being stuck in the idea of plans as documents, then planning won't be a space to reflect on innovation and institutional change. Of course, all planners agree on the fact that this has to be a cross-sectional exercise. There is some kind of rivalry between territorial and sectorial areas. And it is quite a strong rivalry, because sectorial policies are the policies through which technological change enters. It is mobility experts that discuss with you. Energy experts discuss with you. And the plan is usually a space for specialists in the territory, and not the space in which these issues are discussed. We need to make an effort in that sense for the plan to stop being that huge document that has everything and nothing at the same time. I would like to conclude referring to the rural world. In their interventions, the executive secretary and the minister talked about the rural world. And this is something that we need to rethink about. We need to rethink about territories. However, there is a slight problem there. It is not enough to think about integrated territorial planning. It's very nice to broaden the scale, saying let's not talk only about urban areas, but look at the territory as a whole, because the line between urban and rural becomes more faded over time. However, we have a problem as urbanists. We have a problem as urbanists. When we work in this field with passion, it is because we love cities. And there is a cultural syndrome that is quite old, but has new features right now. And it is the horror towards cities. And this is information from the current environment. Do you know that in Mexico currently, one of the greatest debates has to do with the Maya train, a structure that, according to us as urbanists, can detonate every positive aspect from infrastructure projects. That specific Maya train project has to do with an urbanization project that is seen as a threat to the rural world. Those that speak on behalf of the Mayan people, regardless of the fact that they have representation or not, they say, we do not want to disappear. We do not want our rural areas to disappear. The growth of cities such as Cancun means my death. And we need to listen to those words, because I have had the opportunity to discuss with rural sociologists and be part of that discussion, because the academic field in terms of rural settlements is quite diverse. And there is this new concept of new rurality. It's something that we have been hearing about for 20 years now. 40% of economically active population from rural settlements in Mexico do not work in primary activities, but basically the rural areas became more urban. How can we convince those that are afraid of urbanizations that doesn't necessarily imply the death of the rural areas? What I see in these discussions is that if we only think about the process as an urbanization process, then the rural world would be left aside. Rural means what has not been urbanized. And that offends a lot of people. If we do not find the rural world a place, if we do not give it back its dignity, then we won't be able to legitimate urbanization. The urbanization process is feasible without the legitimacy that it needs in this reconciliation with this rural world? That is the question that I want to ask. I'm sorry, I think I took more time than I was assigned, but those are the ideas that I perceive as being discussed currently. And I would like to present them to you today. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos las palabras y la presentación del señor Azuela, reveladora.
We thank the words of the revealing presentation, which really guides us to the reflection of the garden, the urban space, the process of planning, and also precisely what they says about this process in terms of the reconciliation with the rural world. So very nice, very interesting. Thank you very much. We will now, continuing with the program, we will welcome Mr. Juan Carlos Muñoz, Minister of Transportation and Communications of the Government of Chile. Minister, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The space is very attractive. This occasion to be able to be here once again in ECLAC for the President, government of President Montes, the topics of sustainable mobility, topics associated to circular economy, and how circularity also involves and is provoked the cities is quite revealing and offer this opportunity. As it's been said today already several times, our country is a very urban country. So when we talk about this aspect, we have evolved so that today only 10% of our population is rural. And this means that those of us who are fascinated by this urban topic and fascinated by the cities, we have a very fertile and revealing ground in order to improve the living conditions of our countrymen. Today, we confront a climate crisis as no precedent. Perhaps it's the main challenge that humanity has faced, and this is how we see it. So we have made very strong headway in terms of the regulations that will allow us to be able to look into the future with great challenges in terms of legislation. Perhaps we have the national contributions, the terms NDCs that have been updated by 2020 in the framework of COP 24 goals that force us to mitigate our emissions, creating emission budgets that we need to tackle, and the indicators of adaptation goals that are quite revealing. One of the strategic topics and basic topics there also is how we allow that, in spite of confronting climate change, that nobody's left behind. And thus we can avoid that there be sectors of the populations that once again will be the ones that suffer the most by the thrusts of climate change that is perceived. These are slow processes, but they ever more quicker than we start to project. So this climate strategy, long-term strategy that will be mandatory when the law comes into force. So we have a structural topic with the country. We have ventured, we have made headway very strongly now on these topics. In terms of mobility, we have a national strategy of sustainable mobility that was announced last year, in which we see that there is a very attractive framework of 30 areas that which we'll be working with. I'm not going to point them out because you might already imagine these force us to the direction of creating a more sustainable mobility that we have structured around in terms of improving and changing. And what we need to attain is how we avoid commuting in a more sustainable manner. How we create the conditions in which those committees take place in electromobility national strategies that I will detail that have very audacious elements also that put us here in a very strong effort. I like the provocation also in terms of the distribution of the road spaces, that picture that those who said the streets had to be thought for cars that we had the right to park our vehicles in the public space. The cities are not built indoors, but rather outdoors. So to have the public space that are built for cities to put cars there is one of the worst uses that we could give to them. And this is how we'd like to cause and provoke in terms of the transportation engineering, where we always try to improve the cities that we look at. And the cities that we're looking at is a city that is not necessarily in line with the dreams that we wish to see. It's a city where we do not find any congestions, no cars. And how do I improve the flow or the speed of these automobiles that we do not wish to be stopped in traffic? And the solution and the engineering for this, how do I improve the flow and the speed? And I ask myself whether this is part of the city I wish to see. And when we change the paradigm, then the solutions are more audacious. In the case of Santiago, at least, we have been, for decades, we've been trying to facilitate the fact that vehicles may be able to move swifter, in a swifter manner. And this meant that certain avenues were completely in one direction, and how we switch the traffic in one direction or the other in certain avenues. And also, this gives a signal, very powerful signal. Any neutral observer may say that this is a city that's been designed, that hopefully the driver may have the total facilities to move around. And when you think, well, this is really what you want, perhaps not. Nonetheless, when I fix the city that I'm looking at, then I'm able to move and intervene the city in the city. in this manner, I do not see bicycle or cyclists, and I do not imagine them. So the Minister of Transportation said that the cities were, they said that the cities were not for cyclists. We had too many because we had a major slopes, and cyclists have shown that this is not the fact. The transportation engineers were not able to imagine a city that was different from the one they were looking at. And we did not see any cyclists because they were not allowed. This is part of the effort. And as authorities, we need to be able to drive the city and to govern the city and to move it in the trajectory, more audacious trajectory in terms of what we wish to see. A very revealing topic in the case of this government is the focus on in the regions. Very few governments, countries, Uruguay perhaps is one of them, but very few countries that are as centralized as ours. Truly, 40% of the population lives in Santiago. This is a great deal for the metropolitan area. That's a major amount. So we have smaller cities, and the problem of Santiago is also that the city is so big that sometimes it's difficult to resolve it. But the social segregation problem that it has, particularly this city, 8 million people, and also the sector of the highest income, with the greatest opportunities for studies and income is in a corner of the city, and really is parting away from the city, and opportunities ever more towards the east. And hopefully, gladly, we have the mountains, and this avoids this to continue. At least the mountain there, it halts this process. But those who live in the south side or the western side in 20, 30 years ago, but it was quite easy for them to reach the working opportunities. We see that the opportunities are farther away. So now it means that vehicles that are able to reach, and the meters of the subways are all now full of people to be able to reach. So due to the way this city is structured, it means that it's very unsustainable. And even with the incredible public transportation that we have in the city, we have an incredible subway, and we have V payment and tariffs. But if this means that we're going to be in the subway for many hours, jammed up, it means that the conditions of the commuting are truly unacceptable for users. We need to look at the city that we wish to see also. We need to make headway here in these provocations, these things that we listen to, the attractiveness. When we talk about zero emission without residues, cities 15 minutes, to move in 15 minutes, we have a city of 120 minutes to move one side to the other. So how can I bring 120 to 15? Do I need to have better transportation? The answer is no. Probably we have to have a better city rather. And this establishes challenges a lot more difficult than just how to construct more subway lines or public transportation pathways, so people, instead of moving at 15 kilometers per hour to go from one corner of the city to another, we can increase the speed a little bit, but rather how we move the city closer to where people live. And this means that we need to rethink that transportation policies cannot be thought of in an isolated manner. They need to be connected with household, with urbanism, with public works, national works, and the environment. And this is mobility, and the city is really working on, because if my trips are shorter and closer, then this means that public transportation is attractive, then it's okay to leave your car back home, and then you have an option of the bicycle. We've been working lately with thinking about this paradigm of avoiding and improving digitalization, avoiding not to have to travel that much. When we think about changing, we've been working with the electoral service in terms of the elections and how to have people hopefully to be able to vote closer where they live. And that's quite ridiculous, because when we assign voting, the polls are located, this is not in conversation. And so I have to vote in a district where the voting area, the polls is the farthest away from where I live, within the district. It takes me 25 minutes on a bicycle. I could not walk because it would take an hour at least. So we need to have a process of reassigning their people to the closest area. And this will show us the change, the very strong change in the mobility, I hope, when we carry out the effort of not placing the focus on vehicles, but rather activities. And I hope that 70% of people will be able to walk to vote. This means that the kind of life that we'll have, this is what I'm betting on. Hopefully, a lot of people will be changed their residence and adjust themselves. And then if this happens, we will have a different life. This will be emblematic in terms of what we can do. And then afterwards, we can reestablish perhaps in education, we can do something similar. How to bring the activities closer in the 15-minute view, if you will. Very important also here to see how to increase the infrastructure, the roads for bicycles, for collective transportation. We need to understand that when we need to have roads for this, we need to bring cars out. Perhaps we'll reduce the width, and they go slower, then less people will die. So there are many things that are virtuous in terms of working with the city that I wish to see. This is key. And I like the provocation of those youngsters who took the parking lots. The greatest provocation that I've seen, that we see in the city, Santiago, we took the sample of in Bogota, the spaces when in the morning we decided instead of having the roads for cars, we have them for people, and instead of have a giant road with 4 lanes per side and have people be able to go out and for a walk with their children to learn how to ride the bicycle. The pictures that you take are marvelous. It means that this is different city, if it's possible, we have the infrastructure for what we wish to use, not poetic, just like parking lots. It's very efficient as well. The amount of people that move in those recreational pathways is very effective on a Sunday morning. So this is where we see these cities that we need to move forward. Unfortunately, cities such as ours that are so segregated socioeconomically, even this is established as an economic perspective where it's only in the areas of higher income, because there perhaps they have companies that are willing to put the resources for this to happen. These are very low resources, in fact, but even in this, we're not as audacious to be able to have a complete city. We need to work in that direction. In a segregated city such as ours, the opportunities for recreation inclusively are in the east. We have this marvelous hill, the St. Christopher Hill, with a tremendous opportunity, but for those who live in the south side, it's impossible. How am I going to reach that hill to go all the way up to that hill if I'm so far away? I need to also work to see how the subway will be enabled for those people to get on the bicycle, not Monday, but rather on a Sunday. We need to work for the city that we're dreaming about in terms of improving. We believe that we have major opportunities there, and I'm glad that Luis provoked me. And right here, he just said, well, if we could have, be able to have part of the diesel buses to go to electrical, this is what we've been working on recently. So in Chile, we have a company that has already 6 buses reconditioned and from diesel to electric. And since the regulations do not allow for this, because you cannot have reconditioned buses, then they work in the mining area in private sectors, and they move people within the mindset of El Teniente with buses that used to be diesel, now are electric. This allows us to lower the cost of these buses in a very efficient manner. So electric mobility is very expensive. The operation is low. We need to lower the investment costs, then it would be a lot easier to reach that point. So we need to be careful in terms of to do this in a safe manner, to really comply with all the standards. So these buses provide a good service, but we're going in that direction, and we hope that soon we'll have news as to how we can allow for adapted diesel to electric buses may operate. This will be opening a great space. Interesting because we already have a growing industry that can bring this forward. The commitment to that by 2040, 100% of electrical urban buses will be electric.
And that 58% of cars are as well. And hopefully, most of the cars by 2035 are electrical vehicles in terms of sales. We're working on several measures that are very important in terms of cycling roads. We have several roads in Chile with good standards, or we have good and bad standards. Our commitment is to build 2,000 kilometers more, and we're working towards that direction. We have a very good commitment on trying. What happens if we work with zero emissions for free? We will start with pilot programs to see how this changes in terms of how we could attract vehicle rights, because many people do not switch to these vehicles if they just save a little bit. What if we propose electrical vehicles to travel with conditions to have fast commutes? We are in the design process. For that, there is a series of additional projects that we're working on, especially for road safety. We're concerned about the fact that in Chile, 2,000 people die every year in our roads. We have 18 million people in Chile. Spain has 48 million, and in Spain, only half of those people die. In Chile, we're doing something very bad, and it seems like they're accidents. However, they are not accidents. These are losses that have to do with the way in which we design our transportation system, and that leads to deaths. We're working in ICATI, which is the first step to have an automated control for tickets to avoid speeding. Here in the metropolitan management for the different sectors in Chile, we tend to look at cities in a sectorial, modal, and geographical manner. Therefore, it is difficult to imagine how urban transportation can be more fragmented. We have concessions in highways. Communes are in charge of their own parking spaces and cycling paths. These cycling paths do not have continuity because of the different administrations of municipalities. Therefore, we want to give it continuity in the urban areas. We're working on strengthening that with governors, moving towards a model similar to transport for London. We have to do this responsibly and carefully, and celebrating all of our successes, because this work is difficult. We work with high congestion as well. Those are the projects that we have in terms of circular economy and logistics. I believe that house waste is also a very important topic to address. We usually tend to focus on recycling, but there are some other important issues in terms of urban transportation. We need to look at composting and taking care of home waste has to do with being in contact with nature. To avoid just putting this in a garbage bag and putting it into a landfill, so that we can recycle in our own homes to make it more appealing. The experiences that we have seen in a commune are excellent, and I would like for this to be extended toward the rest of the communes. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much for your proposal on making the city that we dream of a reality. We have quite a challenge ahead. And let me tell you that I'm a fan of the cycling path that is open to the public on Sundays. We would now like to open the floor for any comments or questions. And afterwards, we will have a coffee break. Please, if you have any comments. Okay. Since there aren't any questions or comments, we will take a 20-minute coffee break. And for those of you that are logged in through Zoom at ECLAC, please join us with a cup of coffee at home. We will continue analyzing success cases of circular economy in the cities of our region. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will see you soon.
Vamos a dar inicio. Los invitamos a retomar sus lugares para continuar.
We will now resume our session. We would like to invite you to join us again.
En este segundo bloque vamos a tener dos.
In the second session, we will have two roundtables. And the first one is called The Impact of Circularity in Urban Development in Latin America. We are a bit behind in our schedule, and that is why I would like to invite our guests and speakers to reduce their presentations to 3 to 5 minutes. To start, we would like to welcome Mr. José Luis Samaniego, Director of Sustainable Development and Human Settlements of ECLAC. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Natalia. The previous session was very interesting, and this one will refer mostly to not so much to the impact of circularity on urban development, but in general, in the development of countries. And I would like to quote some examples that give some point of entry to our discussion. We already mentioned that our continent is quite urbanized, more than 80% of cities, and most greenhouse gas emissions are produced in urban contexts. And as it was said by Mario Cimoli, our interim executive secretary, cities could become a stronger engine for the development of our countries, with all the advantages that that may involve for the cities themselves, moving from the linear focus to the circular economy focus. We have conducted several researches, as the Italian ambassador said, where it has been demonstrated that the impact of moving towards circular economy lead to several co-benefits. If countries, and we published this in the document Building a New Future that corresponds to the 2020 sessions period of ECLAC, if our countries recovered material and if we had a circularity level comparable to Germany, we would be contributing with a 0.35% extra to the GDP. And in this slow economy and pandemic context becomes even more beneficial. We're also discovering through a study that we're conducting with 4 countries, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, where we have addressed circularity for 4 types of production: fossil fuels, plastics, metals, and construction material. And what we're finding there is that even under a conservative scenario, we have impacts that go in the range of 0.8 more in the GDP in the Chilean economy to 2.4% more in the case of Peru. 2 additional points in the annual GDP is quite significant for each one of the economies, with effects on employment that go from 1.1% extra as a net effect to 2% in the case of Peru, with a considerable reduction in greenhouse gas emission. In the case of Chile, which is the most noticeable case, that is capable of reducing up to 7% of its emission, and in the other countries between 1.2 and 1.4%, and with Peru with 0.5% due to its industrial structure. But this information is consistent. When we have analyzed product supply matrices, we know that there is a positive effect not only in GDP, but in employment level and in production chain, both moving forward and backwards, with a positive effect also in tax collection, which is also very important in this specific moment where tax areas have been suffering. In Chile, for 2030, circular economy is expected to generate 100,000 new employments on waste management, logistics, remanufacturing, and repair, that by 2040 could be 180,000 new employments. We know that the most promising areas have to do with reusing material, reconverting internal combustion vehicles to electrical vehicles, working with plastics, and as the Minister of Transportation said, in the production of soil based on organic waste management. In Lombardy, the evolution of technology allows us to have landfills become a thing of the past, and for us to start setting that path. I'm going to focus on two things. One, the Declaration of Circular Cities allows us to create an area for collective learning where we can generate progress with indicators and also know the degrees where we improve in the decision-making process, also to share new policies and do this on a regular basis. And also, it provides us with a collective regional guideline to make decisions and to increase the level of ambition of those signatories of the declaration. In the previous session, we talked about integrating mobility focal points. And we do not always see this as part of a circular economy, but if we focus on the conversion of internal combustion and electric vehicles, and we consider that we are in a race between strength of public transportation in cities that were hit very hard in the pandemic, and then private transportation that was accelerated with the pandemic, we are in a race that, depending on the decisions that we make in the very short term, we will end up in a very different place with public transportation and private transportation. And therefore, with livability and congestion problems that we will have in the cities in this same decade. Therefore, as part of circular economy, we should be able to locate the reconversion of vehicle fleets and public transportation from their current internal combustion operation to electrification. If we leave this to inertia, mobility will become a great obstacle to mobilization, and it will be a source of several waste that is not benefiting countries or cities. A reconverted vehicle is 50 to 30% cheaper than an internal combustion vehicle, and of course, cheaper than a new electric vehicle. Any city is capable of doing these type of reconversion. It has a lower environmental footprint with which we can close the environmental gap. It is inclusive because it creates several job positions that can lead to this transformation. It is inclusive due to this reduced cost, and it creates dynamism and tax collection. This means it complies with the 3 pillars of the 2030 agenda in parallel, and it allows to keep the vehicle fleet operating, but this time with a lower environmental footprint. In some countries, it is the cities themselves that authorize the circulation of reconverted vehicles. In others, such as the case of Chile, it is the national government. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any tax or regulatory policies that promote this circular economy alternative at the speed and with the strength that our cities demand. Of course, I must mention that this should be a regionally coordinated effort, so we should have an interoperability of fleets. and for them to be able to move in the different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is an agenda that articulates local aspects, regional aspects, and that should be part of our efforts of circular economy. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Now I would like to invite Mr. Simone Tripepi, head of NLX South America. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to talk about our vision on circular cities and some specific examples that I would like to share with you. Thank you very much to ECLAC, the Italian Embassy, the UK Embassy, and NL that gives me not only the opportunity to work, but to talk about the good things that we're implementing in these cities. I won't address the issues that were already discussed in terms of what a city means, in terms of a contribution to climate change, the use of resources, employment, and people that live in the cities. And let's remember that these forecasts will just increase over the next years. What I do like to start mentioning is that as NL, we have undertaken some commitments, and those have been reinforced by our CEO. For instance, stating that the objective of getting to 80% of reduction of our emissions by 2040 was moved to 2030. And we will reach to 100% of full decarbonization by 2040. We currently sell products related to gas by 2040. We will stop doing that. What does that actually mean? It means accelerating this plan in 10 years demonstrates that these things can be done. There are technological solutions, and specifically because we are a company, there are technological models that work to make this feasible for a company that has public concessions but is still a private company such as NL. Since we are present in the entire world, but mostly in urban centers, we have developed a vision toward urban centers where technological and economic contribution of an industrial group coexists with the needs of a city and the contribution that a public system can provide in terms of making some projects feasible. In that sense, our cities are seen thinking about the contribution that we can make, moving towards a circular city concept that has a good thing. One is the natural evolution of a broader concept of smart cities, but with the benefit of being measurable. With smart cities, it is hard to find a group of persons with the same ideas. It is easier to think about a circularity when you have technologies that can measure what circularity actually is. The good thing is that we have developed a methodology for that, involving also third parties, so that it can be certified that in our context, it can help measure the level of circularity of some projects and how these projects can contribute to the planning of a more circular city. Second, identify, and we heard this from one of our ministers, that cities can become guides and not responses. In this sense, plan cities and identify some pillars. Thinking about the context of an energy or a power group and power concessions, we have identified that our pillars are three: digitization of a city, electrification of a city, and the use of renewable energies. If we think about the fact that circularity goes from supplies to the city and what leaves the city, we believe that by definition, with the work that we started 10 years ago towards renewable energies, we believe that renewable energies are the most important supplies in energy terms for cities. In terms of digitization, when you live in a city with public service or utilities, such as the cases of several cities in Latin America, we are currently digitizing the network in several cities. But what does this actually mean? To interact from a distance with citizens, to allow them to interact with the network and to allow the network itself to be a data collection point. And this data is beneficial for the entire city. And finally, electrification. That means, in some specific examples, as we can see in Santiago, for instance, let's start with some simple examples. Public transportation. We were one of the first companies in launching a business model that received in OITP in Stockholm an award for being the most innovative financing model for public transportation, to start with technological revolution and make a massive introduction of electrical buses. We started with Santiago, but Carla will address this topic in some minutes. We exported this afterwards towards other cities, and we currently have 1,300 buses that have solutions from Enel Group, whether it is financing, energy, charging infrastructure, or the digital platform. And our aim is to finish this year with 2,500 buses, because we have new buses arriving at Santiago. We are starting with projects in Sao Paulo, for instance. And those 400 buses that we already funded and that use our recharging infrastructure in Bogota. We're closing deals in Mexico, in the city of Hidalgo. And this shows what our work has been doing. But electrifying is not only thinking about electrical transportation. It means that a city can make the most of moving from fossil resources and replacing them with electric resources. And this happens with electrical mobility, but it doesn't end there. We have a great example of that in Santiago with what Maurizio Bezzeccheri said regarding the replacement of wooden stoves by electrical heaters. We need to think about air conditioning and heating, both for summer and winter. And Carla will talk about this later. Basically, before I give the floor to Carla, I want to mention that we have 3 pillars. But we must think about the fact that cities are laboratories. With laboratories are a place where we have trial and error, but we also measure, plan, re-inject data, and collect data towards a result. Cities are current laboratories. We currently have a laboratory that was just born spontaneously in Santiago, and Santiago has a challenge, and I hope that with the governor, this can be healed, for it to actually become a well-thought laboratory. With our experience, we have had projects and contacts and discussions with the different municipalities of this city. I hope that we can do this with the government. We have a laboratory in Sao Paulo to provide the digital city solution. In Bogota, there is a project led by Universidad de los Andes that is called Finicia. In Brazil, we have our small city in Arta do Reis, where we have the public lighting concession that is also a laboratory. That is what we're doing in the region, and now I would like to leave the floor to Carla to talk about Santiago.
Thank you very much to everyone, and good morning. Also working in LEL, as Simone has just said, and I'd like to thank the company that gives us the opportunity to be here, to contribute somehow to the development of the city. And particularly as a company, we take charge of a problem that is not so much that of Chile, but also it's a worldwide problem. And how from Chile, we bring forward some initiatives that could be a reference of the major good things that we continue to bring forward and continue to build. And this is how I would like to emphasize two important things now in terms of the development, the projects being developed. First, the need to establish close links with the government, the public-private connection to bring forward initiatives to come out of the pilot. Many times what happens is that we just stay in the prototypes and the pilots, and we do not scale the projects up. And I believe that one of the major successes, at least in Chile, with regard to public transportation, how we've been able to obtain a high electrification of this transportation has to do with the alliance created not only between Enel and the different ministries, but also between the operators themselves that drive these buses today. How these operators were in fact available for a technological change, which meant change the operation to come into an unknown operation, and how today, thanks to the fact that we have operators that believe in innovation and in technology, is that we are now being able to have not only operators in Chile using electrical buses, but rather all operators in Santiago have introduced electrical fleets to their operations. So I believe that there are two major topics that we have in transportation. First question, does technology work? Well, yes, it works in Chile and China and Colombia. It works in many places. Technology is technology competitive? Yes, it is. It is the second big question we had. And thanks to the work that's been carried out with many of the players today here in Chile, we've been able to see that what used to cost 300 pesos for 300 pesos a kilometer in diesel today is 75 pesos. How can we not convince an entire community of transporters to go into electrical? It's part of the challenge that it meant to us to get on top of the project of bringing over innovation and technology. And one problem is who brings the first investments? This topic is not trivial. Many times there's an interesting debate between the government and privates. Who will be chipping in with the first bus? Will it be you? Will it be us? And we looked at each other, nothing happened. So this is what Anel said, and Simone, who was there, said, well, we'll come in with the first two buses. And this is how, starting with first two buses, which was a private investment, today by the end of the year, we'll be able to have 2,000 buses working in operation by the end of this year. Second thing that I would like to mention also is going on to another project and another activity that I have to see. There's an educational problem also that we need to bring forward as well. When we think about technologies, it's not only to bring a bus over, but it's to see how we train the whole environment around the bus so that they can be ambassadors of technology, so they can solve problems related to the different technologies that are coming over and be able to allow us to decarbonize and improve the situation of contamination that we particularly have in Santiago, not only here in the city, but 9 of the most contaminated cities in Latin America are all in Chile. How will not Chile promote change? When we talk about education, we also talk about the final user. Up until 5 years ago, to turn a kerosene heater on, and people would say, wow, what they went with creating an intra-home contamination that was so important that created problems of health for the elderly, children. And this all took place thanks to an unknowledge or lack of knowledge with regard to the consequences of using certain fossil fuels that we had together, we carried out together with universities such as Harvard, so FOFA, be able to present cases that would allow us to show how much contamination we would receive by energies like pellets and kerosene, and not to mention lumber. So this meant that with these studies, we were able to have a project today that is being brought forward, not only from Enel, but also with SOFOPA, the private area, to be able to change the lumber heaters in households where the resources to invest in a heater are not available. This is how already in Santiago, 13,000 changes have taken place already, and also in inside areas of the south side of the country as well, 13,000. So when we look at the final use with regard to the consequences of the use of lumber, kerosene, people are then able to look at this and carry out the change. One of the second things that are being brought forward right now has to do with the education. Education with regard to fossil fuels, with regard to the appropriate technologies that exist, and how we gather more private entities and the government, particularly the Ministry of the Environment, which right now is bringing forward initiatives such as these, to do more things aimed at getting rid of many fossil fuels that are present in our lives nowadays. Therefore, there are two lessons here of the things that we've done in the past 5 years. We cannot tread on this alone if we do not have a private-public alliance. We cannot tread on this if there is no education for the final users, for the industry, those who make the decisions in companies with regard to climate change, fossil fuels, electrification, and renewable energy. This is what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la participación de NELX y las palabras de
Thank the participation of Alexis, Simon Ciponetti, and Ms. Carla Zapata on this call to really be better aware and make progress in terms of education as well. So, who's next? Let's see. I offer the floor now to Mr. Pablo Allard, Dean of Faculty of Architecture and Art of the University of the Development. Welcome and thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. I would like to thank ECLAC, the embassies of Italy, the UK, and NL for this invitation. And just as Sonia was saying, I would like to underline that we are here because of the declaration of Circular Cities, Latin America, and the Caribbean, to which Santiago has subscribed as well. We need to celebrate this fact. And also, we need to understand that this agreement aims at establishing guidelines, goals, measurable deadlines, and goals to create awareness in terms of the circular practices, not only in the public administration, but also in terms of the citizens and companies, to encourage a regulatory framework such as what presented by Antonio Sula with regard to the importance of the regulatory framework, the legal aspects of all this, and to speed up the inclusion of the circularity principles in infrastructure and the management of assets, which is also the concern of the Minister of Transportation. It's important to really outline what a circular city is. Some years ago, we were talking about smart cities, then we talked about sustainable cities, and then resilient cities, and now we're talking about circular cities. So this is not a fad. We need to understand that a city becomes circular when we're able to visualize and articulate these synergies or connections that exist between the different systems that make up the systems from a holistic point of view. I mean that the energy, the management of residues, the supply and management of waters, transportation, the use of soils and construction have always been planned independently and in a really isolated fashion, and to different scales that finally lead to the sub-optimization, which is the major discovery of circularity and the scale of cities, is that a circular city reviews all these functions and articulates in closed circles, such as the case of Lombardia with these solid residues, where the surpluses of residues of a certain activity of infrastructure or service become assets for another or inputs for another activity. So in this sense, it's not that difficult. And we do not need major investors or technologists here to be able to discover some circularity practices that we are seeing already in our cities. I will give you 4 examples. First, when we implement the sewage water treatment plant in Santiago for the first time, we built the La Farfana plant, the biggest in Latin America. All the neighbors in Naipú district started to complain for the poor smells, and they realized that these were all biogases, and now they capture, after a filtering process, this biogas is supplying to the same neighbors. 30,000 households in Maipú are using these gases, avoiding the production of 24,000 of CO2, equal to planting 33,000 hectares of forest. And this can turn into electrical power, also to start tackling other problems, and even give greater resilience to the system, or feed up the 12,000 electrical buses that we have almost in Santiago. Another Constitucion, after the earthquake and tsunami, we had to rebuild an important part of Constitucion City, and we created a plan for the integral reconstruction, where the surplus of heat of a cellulose plant that's in the hub of the city, because it's an industrial city, now it heats up the 3 major municipal pools through a district network, and could eventually heat up and create hot water for schools or public infrastructures. The surpluses creates benefits for others. And the prettiest thing is, so that we understand this is not a matter of resources. Some 25 years ago, La Pintana, one of the most complex districts in Chile, has already environmental management office that collects the excess of restaurants, households, all the oils used to turn them into biodiesel. And today, not only avoid that over 3,000 liters of oils come back into the aquifer, but also 25% of the municipal trucks fleet is already mobilized thanks to the biodiesel created by these oils that are collected by the neighbors themselves. So we have enormous opportunities there. And now distribution is not replacing the light poles anymore to bring them over to authorized sites, but rather we are recycling important part of the cement, the concrete, to use them as aggregate. And today, 45% of the new light poles will be made up by the old ones that we disconnected the steel from them, so we reuse it again. The opportunities are everywhere. So this is not a topic of hardware or software. This is a matter of brainware. We need to really look for these connections and software as well, because the prettiest thing of La Pintana district is that social value already is that all neighbors feel part of this process of recycling the household oils. They report with regards to the impact that it has, and they collaborate with the planet as well. So I celebrate not only the signing of this agreement, but also having been introduced and invited to a Center of Innovation in the cities of the University of the Desarrollo Francisco Altaborray, the directors here will be collaborating with ECLAC and with ENEA also to, in fact, be able to carry out a study that will define the conceptual framework so that at least 10 or a dozen cities that subscribe to this agreement will be developing a series of contents in order to guide first steps of this agreement. So this has to do, give an account of the shared vision as to how we need to transform our cities into circular cities with long-term perspectives, and to identify priorities and action lines where it will clearly have already come about with the topics that we've seen today, such as the case of electrification, such as the case of mobility, such as the case of eliminating fossil fuels and so on. So we are very enthusiastic about this, and we believe that it's not a matter of resources, it's not a matter of technology, but it is a matter of regulation. And this is how I also celebrate the presentation given by Azuela. So we need to continue on this. We need to innovate. We need to break these silos, and also we need to dare to believe in innovation and public-private collaboration. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I celebrate not only this conversation, but also describing of this agreement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pablo Lars. He left us with an invitation to challenge ourselves and also to acknowledge the value of circular economy for communities and to connect as communities in the cities. With that, we would like to close this roundtable on the impact of circularity and urban development in Latin America. And now we will move to our last roundtable on success cases in cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, where we have speakers from several countries, and some of them will log in remotely. I would like to introduce Maria Florencia Atademo, Country Department Southern Cone, and Country Department Representative in Chile of IDB. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's so nice to be in such an iconic building of ECLAC in Chile. Thank you very much for inviting us to your home. This has been a very inspiring morning. I don't have many words to say. I have a lot to reflect on. This morning, it was said that the challenge of circular regions, planets, cities is a multi-sectorial challenge. We all need to join this effort. Otherwise, we won't find a solution. And that was clearly stated by the Minister of Transportation and several others. The Minister of Transportation gave me some food for thought in terms of poetry about the city that we want, poetry in urban spaces, poetry and composting. That was a nice thing. I was also inspired by two British leaders, Ambassador Insusa and Fiona. And they talked about urgency, the sense of urgency, the need to act. We all like to talk, but personally, I believe that it is time to take action, even if it is with pilot programs, as our colleague from Enel said. I believe that it is time to show some results, and it is time to create awareness and educate. In that context, what can I add? Maybe I can add a couple of things. First, our 2025 vision as the IDB group makes us think about the pillars for the inclusive recovery post-pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean. One of those pillars includes smart cities, those cities thought about with poetry. And it is very important to think about some kind of efficient intervention in terms of climate action. Needs have been broadly discussed here, but I would like to tell you why we need to take action urgently in Latin America and in the Caribbean. Jose Luis Samaniego from CEPAL said something, and I would like to add some things to that. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean could lose approximately 4% of its GDP due to the impacts of climate change in the next 15 years. And on the other side, the landscape doesn't look so good. We also expect 2 million people falling under the extreme poverty line in our region due to global warming. This is negative data. However, it is to inspire you to take action, as the ambassadors of the UK have said. If we take action, yes, there is a challenge for change. There is a challenge for some companies and some tasks, but we also see opportunities, public-private partnership investment opportunities. We could have sustainable growth. We estimate the creation of 15 million job positions by 2050. And by 2030, if we invest in renewable energy, clean technology, circular economy, among others, and Enel has a lot of a contribution to make, and Italy has a contribution to make. As we were discussing with Mr. Ambassador, we thought about a nice agreement to be signed between the region of Santiago or Chile and the region of Lombardy. We know that cities are the heart of our region in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is an urbanization process in the world, and our region is not absent from that. It contributes to more than 65% of our GDP. It concentrates many human beings, and that makes them more vulnerable to climate change. We need to address these weaknesses. And the good news is that these cities can be the core of change. If we start showing changes and results, we can convince others. Planning is key. We have already said that. This concept from our colleague of Lombardy of resources is noticeable. And in the IDB, we have been working with cities, with sovereign warrant instruments, with lines of credit, with technical assistance. In 2021, 64% of the investments made in urban development was focused in cities. Let me give you some examples before I conclude. In Chile, we supported the deployment of electromobility, resilient territories, the construction of sustainable housing. And let me tell you about a project that is starting right now that we just declared as feasible. And it is about reducing the vulnerability of informal settlements and the emissions in the construction of housing. This is a collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism. We're also working on a circular environment project with Corfo and the Ministry of the Environment, whose purpose is to promote innovative actions at a local level. And I would like to thank our colleagues from Corfo, Jose Miguel Benavente, that opened up to this idea of continue promoting this agenda. We also have had support with green infrastructure, sustainable green bonds. Chile has been a pioneer in terms of issuing the first sovereign green bond. We're also working with Argentina in that sense. There are several examples, but I would like to say that we can do so much more. And I would like to think that after this roundtable with Jose Miguel and our dear ambassadors, we can think about a project that can have an impact in the region of Santiago with the cooperation of the UK and Italy. You have our cooperation to continue discussing, educating, and creating awareness in this important topic. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Mrs. Maria Florencia Atademo for her presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. I would like to give the floor to one of our guest speakers joining us virtually, Director of the Integrated City Planning Team at Arab. Are you there, Alejandro? Yes. Good afternoon. Welcome. Well, good morning in Santiago still. I had a presentation, but since I only have 5 minutes, I will just speak. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to stick with my time. It is very interesting what I have heard up to now. I have been talking about this with the Minister of Transportation. I believe that this is something that many of our speakers have been saying today. All of the topics being discussed today are important. And I would like to give you a couple of examples. More than giving you examples, I would like to talk about 2 items that are the challenges that we have ahead, that are different from those that we traditionally know of in terms of sustainability. There has been emphasis made on operational energy for cities, buildings, and transportation systems over the last 20 years, because somehow one of the main elements, the energy consumed within a building, such as heating, air conditioning, etc., at a European level has been addressed with different directives, and the energy consumption of the different urban functions has been reduced sustainably, reinforced and influenced by public policies. And that effort is generating its goals right now. And that has to do with circular economy and the social impact of greenhouse gas emissions, embodied energy, and transportation, as the minister was mentioning before, and consumption. Now, in terms of materials, 1995, steel, cement, plastic, wood was 5 gigatons. In 95, it was 15% of total emissions, and in 2015, it went up to 23% with 11.5 gigatons. This means that we have an elephant in the room, and that's the one that we have to address. And the principles of circular economy are focused on that. On the other side, regarding consumption, there are different consumption growth rates over the world. The Asia Pacific region has the strongest one with 570% estimated growth in consumption. Europe is much lower. And in the case of Latin America that we're talking about today, we're talking about 100% of urban consumption over the next 20 years. This goes from buying shoes, gas, electricity, food, etc. And this means that we have a challenge ahead. In that context, I wanted to talk about 2 projects. And I won't show you any pictures right now because Pablo Lawrence already talked about this. I would like to talk about a project in Helsinki where we have developed a district called Järkäsaari in the former port of Helsinki. And it was included in the master plan. It has been implemented over time, and it is currently 100% operational. I would say that 100%, and here we have the different elephants in the room. In this case, we're going to talk about consumption and mobility. 100% is reductible in the component regarding energy incorporated into materials and into buildings. However, when we conduct the life cycle analysis with the standards used in Europe and that are also international and could be used in Chile and are used in some cases in Chile and in Latin America, the total impact of the building has to do with 10% of the total in a 50-year cycle, and 40% remaining has to do with transportation. This means how people go in and out of that building and that district, and the 50% left has to do with consumption. Therefore, we need to reflect on how we can reduce incorporated emissions and what we can do from the point of view of changing behaviors, because with that 50% that represents consumption, I reduce 10%, then I reduce 5% of the total. I believe that this involves a very important task that has to do with influencing the behavior of people in terms of what decisions they make, in terms of what they purchase in a certain country or city. And then I'm going back to circular economy. Now, in mobility,
what was presented by the minister really was appropriate when he said that it was not a problem of resolving how to move from one place to a city to another, but rather resolve the in situ problems to a certain extent using some that we use the 15-minute city with regard to what it's all about, meaning that we try to resolve the major amount of our daily needs in a surrounding area where we reduce our commuting without having to take in a bus or public transportation, which is limited by fossil fuel sources and whatnot. So this project somehow reflects the fact that our task is not only to create sustainable buildings, but to place them in the right areas with in terms of accessibility of public transportation and the mixture of uses where we have employment, services, so people don't need to move that much. And also finally, the point is being able to hold campaigns associated to the decision making of people that also have an component of information associated to the energy, to the food, clothing, and everything else. And finally, I would like to give an example of Milan, that right now we, with the support of the embassy, Italian and UK embassy, where we held a project, the first social housing project, which is called Inesto, in Scaloreco in Milan, where we have developed a project that has zero emissions from the operational energy with a network of fourth generation, where we integrate into the district network that the city has, but it recovers heat from the sewage system. Heat, low temperature heat that goes, is recovered and used and passes over to heating pumps and used over to heat up buildings. And that level of sophistication, that level of harnessing, that is somehow an energy flow that goes from one material to another, that's circular economy, and that's effectiveness. And this brings about or creates the possibility that a district with the price of construction and building and maintenance had to be adjusted, then it allows by the added, it has the added value, and it is allowed by circular economies. And Paulo mentioned these already. This project is underway. How the social housing and the incorporated energy as well, with the use of Circularity for the structure of buildings, and it's the first building of social housing and mid to high density with this type of energies in the construction. This means that during the lifetime of the project, aside from the incorporated energy, we'll have a reduction of around 60% of the emissions. So therefore, it's not a matter of leadership anymore, but it is a matter of public policy in Europe. The Green Deal going down to taxonomy means that it forces the developers and the owners of assets, it forces them to use this. This is the kind of decision that we need to make already in these Latin American countries to influence the market, because otherwise it will be very difficult. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al señor
We'd like to thank Mr. Alejandro Gutierrez from Aru for being with us this morning remotely. Thank you very much for a very, very interesting conversation today. We will now continue with Mr. Andrés Luis Pimenta, Secretary of Planning and Management and Public-Private Associations of Angra do Raiz of Brazil. He is connected. Are you connected? Good morning to all of you. Welcome. We can hear you well. The floor is yours. Being able to participate in the framework here, I would like to take the opportunity to evaluate the possibility of this under the J's Prefeitura, where the social, it starts from the declaration. I have had already the opportunity to work at ECLAC for the reductions of the disaster risk with the alliance of cooperation. Under the ZEISH, the state of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil has already been working with the agenda of Despentenud during many years, focusing on the United Nations policy with the frameworks. We have several projects today for the fulfillment of the operational aspect of mitigating disaster, projecting at the climate change adaptation. And the purpose, the objective here is to develop cities in a sustainable manner, in an intelligent manner, contemplating the improvement of the quality of life of people. In terms of the expectations of people, the services, and this, the willingness that we have. Fernando Jordão, the mayor. There are several projects in circular economies in terms of the identical fleets of buses, Maxil, the tax over the green properties, public lighting, urban parks, the administrative area of sustainable management in buildings, historical tourism, and the data processing for the data and the information of cities. The good thing about this is that with several macro projects of major impact, this is the differentiating factor, the impact over the life of many people, the environment, the society, and also infrastructure. This is an inside city, 10 million people live there, taxes, world tourism, World Heritage, UNESCO World Heritage, nuclear plants, 217,000 inhabitants, 6 oil terminals, petroleum terminals, among many other infrastructure. A city which has a very strong challenge for the future in terms of the development of people and expectation of employment as well. And in concluding with this, this is part of the area in cities where we develop this, the cities where we have the challenges. And so it's necessary to look at the cities in the inside, inland, so that we can have a global development. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank the presentation of Mr. Andrés Ruiz Pimenta, joining us from Brazil. Thank you very much for sharing the experiences in Brazil in terms of circular economy. Congratulations on your work. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Clara Muzio, Minister of Public Spaces and Urban Hygiene from the government of the Autonomous City of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Welcome. Thank you, Natalia. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you here. Thank you very much, especially to ECLAC and the ambassadors of the United Kingdom and Italy for this invitation and for this opportunity to reflect on such an important topic. I would like to also convey the greetings of the government of the city of Buenos Aires to continue talking about circular cities in Argentina. The city of Buenos Aires has a strong commitment towards taking care of the environment. And in 2020, we launched our Climate Action Plan, which is an action plan that has very ambitious goals. Our objective is to reduce 53% of emissions by 2030, and we expect to be carbon neutral by 2050. But not only becoming carbon neutral, we want to be an inclusive and resilient city as well. For that, we have different public policies and programs of sustainable urban development focused mostly on the pillars of carbon dioxide emissions, such as transportation, energy, and waste, which is the experience that I would like to share today. During this morning, we have talked about being involved in the same objective of developing the circularity of cities, and states can't do this on their own. So apart from sharing with you our recycling program and sharing with you how we have been moving towards circularity in Buenos Aires, we have been working on a framework act that forces us to create a circular economy integral strategy where we're working together with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation to be a completely circular government by 2050. And together with organizations from civil society, the private sector, with entrepreneurs and embassies, and from the university and education sector of Buenos Aires, we have launched a circular economy network with more than 260 members between organizations, companies, and more, where we're working to have all sectors involved. Enel is one of the members, and they obtained their green seal for their waste management work. In the presentations, we talked about being all fully present because the economic and environmental situation that we're going through in the cities of Latin America is quite complex. Now, I would like to tell you a bit about our success case, maybe not success case, but the path that we have taken towards waste management and circularity in the city of Buenos Aires, especially because waste represents 15% of the tons of carbon dioxide that we have in the city, which is 13 million tons of equivalent of carbon dioxide. And the goals of our climate action force us to give 100% of treatment to paper, cardboard, green waste, and organic waste. And for that, the city of Buenos Aires has been working since 2001, where we had a very deep political, social, and economic crisis in Argentina. And in the city of Buenos Aires, we had recyclers. We have been working in 2005. There was an act established, which is Zero Garbage Act, and we currently have it in place. But the recycling plan that we relaunched last year is a public policy that is based on integration, inclusion, and sustainability. We have an objective of strengthening it by improving its infrastructure so that in 100% of the homes by 2030, people can separate and recycle in origin. Let me talk about this social integration now. In line with the vision that we share with circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, 10 years, we incorporated the most vulnerable sectors, and we recognize that they are part of the essential part of urban hygiene and treating dry waste. And we have more than 6,500 people working as recyclers through 12 groups. That are becoming stronger and that currently manage the 16 green centers that we have for waste treatment in Buenos Aires. I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the work of Cristina Legrescano, the president of one of these groups, and she died 1 month ago. This is key because they include everyone, and this is very important for circular cities. These groups also provide the opportunity for people to obtain more training and to obtain better living conditions. We call these urban waste recoverers, and with this we give the voice to women that are the heads of their households, and we provide them with an opportunity to earn money. This has to do, we also have to address the fact that we have an infrastructure of the city. We have green containers that are 150 meters away from the locations of our neighbors. And we also need to address environmental education in schools. This is a plan that we have in place with the Ministry of Education, and we still need to work with all sectors, with consortiums and the companies that generate waste. The plan of climate action in Buenos Aires is within the website of the government of Buenos Aires and BR Recicla. And to follow the words of the Minister of Transportation, we shouldn't just target treating dry waste. We need to also manage organic waste. And what it involves when you as a person understand that those are not, that is not waste, but it is resource. So in the city, we have a plan called Bea Composta, where we're all working on composting to have a better relationship with nature. Because it is a city where we have 3 million inhabitants and we have 3 million inhabitants going in every day. But also moving towards having community compost facilities where we can receive organic waste. We know that the climate crisis affects all of us, but especially the most vulnerable populations. Therefore, I think it is time to reflect. And I heard about this at COP last year when I had to present the city's climate action plan. When we're all in the same storm, we do not travel in the same boats. That's why we need to consider that situation. And a speaker was talking about reducing, recycling, reusing. And there was a word that I like a lot, which is reflect, another R that is very important to consider. We need to reflect on our consumption habits and move from this linear thought or this economic linear thought towards a more circular development. And with this, I would like to invite you to work together. And in our city, we have this strong commitment. And since we will be hosting the C40 in October, we would like to offer our cooperation to continue making progress in this sense. Thank you very much.
We thank the words of Mrs. Claudia Muzio, who is with us from Argentina. Congratulations for some great headway you've made in terms of circular economy. Excellent and very interesting, all the initiatives. In closing, this table, this panel, in case of success, we have Mr. Javier Vaquero, Subsecretary of Planning and Policies of the Distrital Secretariat of Habitat of Bogota. A signing city also for the Declaration of Circular Cities. Welcome, Javier. Thank you, Natalia. Thanks to ECLAC, to Italy, the United Kingdom, and also Anil for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here to participate. We'll project a presentation just to have certain images very quick. So I hope we will take, we would like to comment very quickly the major components that take up what several panelists have been saying. First thing is that these ordering policies that makes a city be different, a sustainable mobility, and also sustainable public services. Here I'll talk about three topics: residues, water, and energy. The first thing is that we have bet last year, we created the new territorial arrangement master plan that will be up until 2035. And the first bet that we want to establish here was to arrange the city in 30 minutes due to equipment, social services, work that would allow people to have certain things that will demand a lower mobility. This is the main bet. The second aspect is the environmental component. We have, this is the city of Bogota, close to 8 million people only in the city itself. Without counting the region, we would reach 10 million already. But what we established here is that the environmental component, ecological structure, is the basis for this arrangement. And to the extent we increased the ecological structure in 30%, and also we increased the water beds, the protections in 20%. And this complements also a rule that we established that anybody who fells a tree for any need they might have will have to plant 5 new trees. And this, in addition to the territorial plan, has several bets that we already are executing just to have a multimodal mobility and sustainable mobility. The first thing we have bet on the metro. Those of you who have visited Bogota, we still do not have a metro, but we're constructing the first line, we're constructing and the design of the second line of metro. And so we will have 5 lines of metro. Very clearly, all these are bets on a sustainable mobility and without the use of any kind of gasolines, but only renewable sources or fuels. The Regio tram to Bogota, we have 8 million people already, but in the region we have 10, which move in the area to study or to seek for work. And so with the Regio tram, we have the western side, and on the north side, one in pre-construction, and the second is feasibility studies. A third bet would be one of the main areas close to the hills is that we will establish a green pathway. This will be also a tram that will have a mobility of 8,000 people per hour. Another part, for those of you who know Bogota, we have mountains, and many of the Latin American cities we have constructed over those mountains. So here we already have what we know, a Zoom cable. We are constructing a second one, and we will be constructing 6 cable altogether. So around these, or trams, we're constructing some piecification systems for the ways so that we can reach by foot, and pedestrians could reach this quickly. No trams, but rather walking. And the second element, the following element, is the change of the electrical bus into electrical buses. We have already 483 electrical buses that are working in the city. And by the end of this year, we'll have already an additional 1,002, additional to the 400 and some. So you already know the arrangement of the bicycle routes that the city has. We're 584. We will have 499 kilometers of bicycle routes additional to what we have already. Additionally, we already have what we want to promote is public bicycles, where we have a program of 2,000 public bicycles with 152 parking areas for these. In terms of mobility, we have the whole execution of this, and which is established in the development plan. And finally, this topic related to public services. The first thing is the management of residues. Daily we generate 6,000 tons of residues, and we're trying to see that in the buildings we can have the possibility not only be able to separate in the buildings themselves. We have the gathering places separated from the buildings, public spaces. We will also have the bins, proper bins for the separation, and we'll have different types of treatment. One is the treatment of organics, and also composting, and the reuse of certain materials, of construction materials, plastics and cellulose. And also with the plastics, we're already starting to build public furniture, chairs, shelves, and others. And the energy projects as well, based on residues. And here we already have a technological park for the treatment that we were putting together. We would have here a plant for the treatment of organic residues, 80,000 tons a year. The residues of construction, where we can treat 80,000 tons a year. And also we are contracting a plant for thermal evaluation, which is the image that you have right there on top. And these would be 2,000 to 3,300 tons a day. And then also a project for the water and cleansing, sanitary. We have potable water for almost the entire population of the city, but when the water treatment, we're extending a plant that treats it already. And we are in the bid for another plant that will be treating 70% of residual waters in Bogota. And this with the purpose of also having treatment and the creation, harnessing of energy with biogas and the treatment of odors. Finally, in public services, this is in terms of energy. We invested in the fact that we can invest in infrastructure for the promotion of non-conventional renewable sources, the treatment of networks, the treatment of thermal districts, and also being able to promote in all the economic sectors the use of renewable energies. The final thing I would like to comment is that we've been implementing a sustainable construction policy of eco-urbanism. Is that in the buildings, we've implemented a policy of optimization and energy efficiency, which is a policy that are already being implemented, and we are optimizing the public policy for the evaluation and optimization. And also in informal networks, we're looking at what we call the eco neighborhoods. What we try to do here is have energy systems of sustainable energy, the adequate handling of residues, and also the management of public spaces in these territories. In the neighborhoods where it's been consolidated, we want to implement and improve them with these technology. Excuse me if I have spoken too quick, but I would just try to summarize what we're doing in Bogota. Thank you very much for the invitation. We expect to continue to participate.
We would like to thank the presentation of the representative of the city of Bogota, Mr. Javier Vaquero. And with his presentation, we would like to close this roundtable on success cases in Latin America. To continue, we have some remarks, and we would like to thank the presence of Mr. Claudio Huepe, Minister of Energy of the government of Chile. Welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation. Before closing the event, I would like to reflect on some of the things mentioned in this activity. Currently, we have several initiatives in place that have to do with electrification. We have several initiatives in place that have to do with the development of renewable energies in cities. We also have initiatives that have to do with energy efficiency and electromobility. And when we were thinking about preparing these closing remarks, we realized that we didn't have an integral view from the point of view of cities. We realized that we had several policies developed that were never thought about as a whole or as a consistent thing. Of course, this is not only a matter of energy, but within energy itself, we saw that those initiatives lacked of coherence with other dimensions, such as circularity. Based on the accelerated development of renewable energies in Chile, we have come to ask ourselves, what will happen when the obsolescence period of these installations made over the last years start? What I would like to leave you to reflect on is the importance of these integrating views. Because what often happens is not only a matter of efficiency, because many times we create new problems. We create problems that didn't exist before when we create solutions to new things. Therefore, we can embrace this opportunity to reflect and to anticipate to these problems. That's why these reflection instances are so important. That's why it is important to look at the experiences of other countries and see the progress that we have made. Now we realize that we have an important challenge regarding the integration of our own policies in urban areas. And this is linked to a second element that is an essential part of our program. And it is to make these solutions go towards local solutions. In Chile, well, the tradition in other countries is not so much as it is centralist as it is in Chile, where public policies are created at a central level and then they're applied at a national level. Over the years, unfortunately, we have discovered that many of the centrally designed policies once put in place locally do not work. That's why we need to have a movement that takes central policies towards region, but that gets the knowledge from regions to central policies. That's why I believe that this activity, apart from providing us with information on best practice, also sets the challenge on how we can put this into practice in Chile and how we can implement this in the territories, where we can have a more local point of view from the different cities with all their particularities towards a central point of view. Therefore, this activity has set a challenge that I had not considered before, and I thank you for that. And I'm very glad that we can start working on these topics. Thank you very much for inviting me to such an important event. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Minister for his reflections and for sharing the vision of the Ministry of Energy and the challenges that we currently have in our cities. To close this first meeting on the transition to circular cities in Latin America and in the Caribbean, I have had the honor to moderate today. And I'm very glad that I had the opportunity to listen to all the presentations and all the commitments made by the speakers and representatives from the countries and the region. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jose Luis Samaniego, Director of Sustainable Development and Human Settlement of ECLAC, for some closing remarks. As the host, we would like to thank you very much for taking the time to come to our home, Mr. Minister. This is a very important meeting. It also puts a new topic in our own agenda. This morning, we talked about the growing importance of cities, the importance of breaking the silos. You just talked about the topic of not only having a consumption pattern that is fragmented, we need to look at it as a whole. With Universidad del Desarrollo, and thanks to the Declaration of Circular Cities, we will be able to make this a reality. And this is to have a systematic and orderly and measured follow-up system that can allow us to make comparisons between the different cities and regions, to look at the progress and policies implemented, so that we can share this information and learn in a more fluent way. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for joining us both in person and virtually. I'm sorry for those that couldn't join us today due to time constraints, but I believe that we have made a very important first step to move towards this declaration or statement, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.